Well, we will take just a few minutes to see if we have a few other board members coming. I know, and wanted to let everybody know that Director Westmoreland is very regretful that she can't be here this evening. She has a family emergency that she has to attend to, but will be tuning in and watching both the workshop and the meeting next, tomorrow. So she wanted me to let you know that. Director Thompson should be joining us virtually. And there he is. I see him on the meet. Hello, Clerk Thompson. And then I'm not sure, I'm sure Director Roper will be joining us momentarily. And we will just wait for Dr. Mary Perry Reed to re-enter the room. And I'll introduce everyone to Krista, is it Kaput? Kaput, who we've only really met like virtually kind of. So I just give you a little background. I usually present at an annual event put on by Education Evolving, who do some trainings for prospective school board members across the state. And one year, Krista was there and gave an amazing education finance presentation. And I thought, this is complicated. We have some new board members. Our community could benefit from learning a lot of this, so invited her to come. And this is our session for us, the school board members, so that we can ask questions, get some really good context setting, and have it tailored for Hopkins, and hopefully do some deep dives if that's where the board wants to go. So welcome. Thank you so much for being here. I will let you introduce yourself. I know you have a very long resume. And welcome. Thank you all for being here at our workshop this evening.
Thank you. I've never used one of these. Does it? Okay, cool. But the capital's not this advanced when I've testified.
Oh,
Yeah.
maybe move it a little bit closer?
A little closer?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that okay? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yay,
That's
hi. Well, thank you so much, Shannon, for that. Should I call you board chair, Anderson?
You can just call me Shannon.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. I'm Krista Kaput. I'm currently a senior analyst at an organization called Bellwether. It's a national nonprofit that does work on education policy and evaluation. My specialty is education finance, so I've helped states in Tennessee, Mississippi, Missouri, Arizona, Delaware, Ohio and Alabama do some education finance work, but I was born and raised in Northeast Minneapolis, went to Minneapolis Public Schools for most of my schooling, went to college in Chicago, started my career as a special education teacher in Chicago Public Schools. Thank you all for the work you're doing. I know it's really challenging, particularly in these times, and then wanted to get involved more in state work, and so moved back home after going to grad school, worked in state education policy work from 2016 to 2022. So worked on policies like universal school meals, non-exclusionary discipline practices, teacher licensure, teacher preparation. And then, yes, before I went over to Bellwether. So it's a very broad overview. But in my time when I was in state policy work, I helped co-lead 2 different fellowships for educators and teachers, where we went over things like the policy cycle, the policy landscape in Minnesota, education finance, talked with our state demographer with the goal of kind of giving people more information about how the state policy process works and state finance works, because knowledge is power, and so having knowledge and help that so that you guys can make more informed decisions, I think was some of the goals of those fellowships. So yeah, excited to be here today.
Excited to have you. Thanks.
Should we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So the agenda today, I added this in last minute because Minnesota's House unexpectedly is now split. So we'll go over a little bit of the election that Minnesota just had last week. That is going to impact our next session, the next 2 years. I'll go over an overview of Minnesota State education finance, and then I pulled data from the Minnesota Department of Education to look at enrollment trends in Hopkins, and then kind of laying the landscape for how those enrollment trends could impact your budgets in the long term. And then any time left, happy to answer any questions. And then also happy to answer questions if we run out of time and you'll have my email, you can ask me anything. Happy to always answer questions. So next, please. Thank you. Next, please. Next, please. Thank you. So Minnesota, our state budget operates on a 2-year calendar, biennium. So what that means is we set our budget for 2 years. So in odd years, that's when the legislature sets the 2-year budget. So that will be next year in 2025. Once they approve a 2-year budget, they actually do not have to pass anything in even years, which we did see in 2020, which we saw last year. There was no education, 2022. We saw that in 2022 where there wasn't an education policy bill passed, which I think helped lead to that trifecta. So this is the calendar. So session does start in January in an odd number year. It has to end by midnight of the third Monday in May. That is a requirement. And then an even number years, which again is the policy year, they start in February and they always have to end in May. So just some important dates to keep in mind. Next, please. With Vice President Harris not winning last week, we are still going to keep Governor Walz as our governor, and then Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, Democrats. Next slide, please. The shift that happened was in the House. So the House did have the majority for the last 2 years. We would call it a trifecta, where we had a democratically controlled House, Senate, and governorship. And some pretty big legislation was passed in 2023, which is still being implemented and will help with budgeting in the next few years. And with this makeup, I don't see things being repealed. I wouldn't hypothesize that, but probably not going to be a ton of new education, finance funding, and more progressive policies passed in the next session. So we have a split House, 67 to 67. We have 134 representatives in our House. So actually, I've always would joke with people like, why is that not maybe a great thing? Because it could be split. So now we see that the House is split, 67, 67. And then the Senate has a 1-seat Democratic majority. So we call that a split government. I put those quotes at the bottom because this was an interview with the House Minority Leader, Representative DeMuth, and the Majority Leader, Representative Hortman, who've said that they are committed to working together, and DeMuth does seem fairly reasonable, so hopefully there won't be things like held hostage or like some political drama, but who knows. Next, please. So as I kind of already alluded to, what does that mean for K-12 funding? We probably won't be seeing, increases in terms of helping with the cross subsidies. Won't be seeing large influxes of funding to compensatory revenue or things like that. But some things to keep in mind, the November forecast comes out in the first week of December. That will tell us the economic outlook for the state for the next couple of years. It's how the governor sets his budget. It helps inform the policies that the governor is thinking about, as well as helps people think about what they should be advocating for. With COVID funding expiring, not just for districts, but also a lot of state COVID money expired, it's maybe not, I would estimates that it's not going to be not going to have a huge surplus as we've seen in previous years. And then also I'm just saying, at the second line, thinking again about that split government, not really anticipating a ton of new funding or a lot of new programs to be approved. So that's just good context to think about when we're thinking about like what is feasible, or if you're thinking about looking at your budgets. Just I wouldn't anticipate looking to the state to provide a ton of new influx of funding. Next, please. So Shifting from the political environment to now actually getting into the nitty-gritty of the state. So if we go to the next slide, please. So public schools, as you all know, are funded through federal, state, and local funding. When we look across the country, this is looking at most recent data for fiscal year 2022. This is the most recent data we have nationally. Minnesota ranks in the middle, about 18th in education funding. So in total, on average, Minnesota spends between local, federal, and state funding about $18,000 per pupil. Next, please. When we isolate the state funding, Minnesota ranks 8th in the country for state per pupil funding. So of that $18,000 on average per pupil, the state provides about $11,115 of that on average. That will be more or less for your specific district, but this is on average in the country. And if I were to give you a scatter plot, Minnesota's funding formula is actually fairly progressive, meaning when you have an increase on the x-axis of, when you look at districts that have higher concentrations of students in poverty, we do see an increase in that state per pupil amount overall in Minnesota. So it is a fairly progressive funding formula, and it is fairly generous when we compare it to the rest of the country. I'm not saying it's enough. I'm not saying it's too little. I'm just saying when we look across the country, we are 8th for state per pupil funding. And I want to add too, I'm looking at the per pupil amounts because not every state, right, has the same number of students. I'll get into the total amount of funding in a few minutes. Next, please. So some education finance basics. When you're listening to legislators, the governor talk about education finance, we refer to our state funding as aid. So they talk about state aid when it comes to funding. Levied money is that local funding, and then revenue is the monies that they're considering from the levied and the aid, so the local and the state. We don't really talk about as much federal funding has been a big topic over the last few years because of ESSER funding, right? The COVID relief money that districts received, but traditionally, when we're talking about education finance, we're talking about the monies that we can control in Minnesota, or districts can control, so that levied local money and the aid, the state funding. Next, please. So for this current biennium, so fiscal year, last year, school year, and then this school year, looking at the biennium funding, where does our general fund from the state come from? So this is just good to know because when we think about economic fluctuation, when we are in a time of recession or slowdown, generally states see more fluctuation in their income tax and their sales tax because people get laid off or they're not earning as much, and then that purchasing power goes down so they don't purchase as many goods. And so it's just important to note for Minnesota, about 76% of our state revenue from our general fund, which is where the bulk of our education funding comes from in Minnesota, is through sales tax and income tax. So if we're thinking about an economic slowdown in the future, that means that those two big pots of revenue are likely going to decrease, which would then impact education funding down the line. And just so you know, when it says, again, honing in on these terms, this is for 2 years, and the total amount for 2 years from the general fund is about $78 billion for the state. So the state budget for 2 years for everything was about, the revenues we received was about $78 billion. So next slide, please. Thank you. So when we think about that general fund, that pot of revenue, how is it broken down? What you'll see here is that education funding accounts for 34.6% of that general fund money. That's actually less of a percentage than it has been in previous years. It generally is about 40%. Some of that shift is just due to the rising healthcare costs that we've seen over the last few years, and some of that shift is also because Minnesota has been experiencing declining enrollment. And so in the state of Minnesota, our funding formula is generally tied to the number of students we have. So when we have fewer students, that means that the state, which has budgeted for X number of students, and there's fewer students to take that money, there will be money left over.
Excuse me.
Yes, go ahead.
Are more people needing health care and that's causing rising healthcare costs, or is it just inflationary increases like many other things?
Yep, it's a combination. So what we're seeing is that there are people who are seeking more health care in terms of just from like mental health services and things like that during COVID. But then, yeah, healthcare costs is one of the rising costs we're seeing in terms of inflation. Yep, so combination of both. Good question. Okay, so thinking about that 35%, if we go to the next slide, please. Broken down, this is what that kind of looks like for education. And you're going to see at the bottom, there's some different numbers, and that's just due to like fluctuations as things get updated. So table is from the Minnesota State Senate presentation that was given a couple years ago on the new budget. But a couple things here to note. So over the course of 2 years, because again, this is a biennium, this is a 2-year budget, the state spends about $21.3 billion on education. The bulk of that goes to general education, which we'll get to in the next slide. And then what's important here is that special education is a funding line item that is outside of general education. This is something that I don't see in many other states. Minnesota, how we do special education is a lot more complex than most other states, I would say, which my personal opinion is that's not a great thing. In special education here, it is a really important funding line item, and yet I think it's made overly complicated. But the two big bulk items, as you say, are general education and special education, which again is operating outside of general education. And I want to note that because when we go to the next slide, everything we're looking at does not include special education. That is, again, outside of general education. But then just a couple other things to highlight here in terms of just thought. We spend very little on early childhood education in this state, which I think is really important to note compared to other states like New Mexico, Illinois that spend more. And we have one of the highest childcare costs. And importantly in this early childhood education here, that does not include the pre-K that districts get funding for, voluntary pre-K. Next, please. Okay, so thinking about that $15.5 billion in general education and breaking it down, what we're seeing here is that the bulk of the funding for general education goes to the basic formula allowance, which I will go into more detail in the next slide. But the basic formula allowance is that per pupil amount that every student in a district is the amount of money that a district receives for every student in their district, regardless of socioeconomic status, if they're a multilingual learner, if they've been identified for a disability. This is just that straight per pupil amount. And it's about $6.6 billion annually for the state. Within there, the next biggest, after referendum revenue, then it's the compensatory revenue. That is our state's low income, our state's funding stream for economically disadvantaged students, which I will go into more detail about, but that's about $866, sorry y'all, long day, $1 million a year. And then also here, just want to note that English funding for English language learners is very small. It's only about 1.1% of our general education funding. And I know we've seen increases from the legislature, which I'll go into, but comparatively across the country, we still spend very little on our English language learners. Before we go into specific line items, that was a lot of information in terms of where does our revenue come from, how's it broken down? Are there any questions that I can answer before I go into specific revenue streams? Okay.
This is Kai Thompson. Can I ask one?
Yeah.
Thanks. This is the only slide that I'm not 100% understanding yet.
Sure.
So this is saying what the state is paying to a district for general education needs to be allotted in these percentages for use, or what is this slide saying?
No, that's a great question. So what this is showing you is how that money is, the proportion of that money that is distributed through districts in that program. So if you look on slide 14, right, we had that 15.5 billion is spent on general education. Of that 15.5 billion, 68% of that is spent or distributed to districts through the basic aid formula allowance. So it's not like a requirement. This is just showing you the proportional breakdown of how those, how that funding is broken, how that funding is allocated of that 15.5 billion. But it's not a requirement.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Yes.
Hi, I do have a question about special education.
Yes.
Maybe the one, like the 30-second version, but why do we have a separate line item?
Yes.
30 seconds. Okay.
Yes. So how we do special education in the state is a combination of 3 different types of formulas. We have a reimbursement system where districts front the money. They submit something and they can be reimbursed for a certain costs. A census system where we distribute some funding based off of assumptions about the students with the need of districts, and then a student-weighted system. The reason, I can't tell you the specific reason why it's outside of general education, but how it was explained to me for a rationale is that it is such a big expense that, and it has so many different formulas that they wanted to keep it outside of general education to kind of keep more of a, to help parse out how that funding's being used, because it's when you think about all the accounting then and how they're tracking it, it's just easier for them to keep it separate instead of relying on people to line item it out. It's not a great answer for you, but that's what I was told. Yeah. And yeah. Any other questions?
The 15.5 billion represents the 34.6%, right?
No, the 21.2 at the bottom, the total represents the 34.6%. Of that 34.6%,
Oh, that's what I
Yep.
meant. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Okay.
yes,
Okay, so we're splitting the 77.5, are we splitting that in half?
okay, can you say that again?
The 77.5, that's for over 2 years, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
yep.
so then the
The 21.2 is also split in half.
21.2, okay, gotcha.
Yes, yes. Okay, great. So what I'm going to do now is go into the big buckets of revenue that our state distributes to districts to get an understanding of how these work. So if we go to the next slide, please. The biggest one, that's 68% of the general education program, the largest cost we spend on education in our state is our basic formula allowance. That is that per pupil allowance for every student you have in your district, like I said, regardless of need, that is the amount of money. And that is now tied, that has gone up basically every year, except for when we've been in a recession. So during 2009 and 2010. No, during 2010, 2011, this did not increase. So like the total amount for a district is you take this $7,281 per pupil, multiply by the number of students you have in your district, and that's how much money you get from the state for basic formula allowance. What most states, well, no, it is now. Many states, what they do is they have weights tied to this per pupil allowance. So for example, in Tennessee, they have weights where if a student is a multilanguage learner, they have a 0.6 weight, like it's 0.3 weight attached to it, for example. So then you would take that 7,281, multiply it by 0.3, that would be the extra amount you get for each student. In Minnesota, we don't have that. We don't have straightforward weights. That we do have funding streams for historically and marginalized students, but we don't have that type of more transparent system. So we usually tend to do a combination of a concentration and a per pupil amount, which I will go into in the next few slides. But I just wanted to make that note that in case you were, because recently Mississippi passed a formula from a resource-based to a student-based weight, and we don't have that type of system. So I just wanted to kind of like underscore that in case you were seeing anything in the news. So basic formula allowance, our biggest allocation, a straight per pupil amount. The reason, and this 7,281, just to give more context, is fairly high across the country. I've seen some states like Georgia, their base amount is about $3,000 per pupil. So this is fairly high. And again, I'm not saying it's enough. I'm not saying it's too little. I'm not saying it's too high, but it is pretty high when you compare it to the other amounts across the country. So if we go to the next slide, I am not expecting you to fully understand this chart. What I am doing in showing you this is that it is too complicated of a formula, and the rationale from what I heard why was to do a combination of weights and per pupil amounts and concentration amounts to try to make it more equitable. Secretly, I think somebody thought this was cool and then just decided they wanted to do it 20 years ago when this was passed. So compensatory revenue, like I said, this is our revenue stream in Minnesota for students who have been identified as being low income, traditionally through free reduced price lunch forms. However, we have universal school meals now in Minnesota, so this created a problem because districts no longer have to collect those forms with universal school meals. So there is a hold harmless provision for this school year. That was passed last year. I do not think this will be passed again next year, given we now have a House that is split. But basically, that hold harmless said that the total amount of funding you got last year for compensatory revenue, if based off of free reduced price lunch forms, it was going to be lower than this year, you would just still get the same amount as last year. That's what a hold harmless means. It means you're not losing funding. So that is, we have a 1-year hold harmless for this year for compensatory revenue. So compensatory revenue, like I said, is the revenue stream for low-income students. What we're seeing here in this chart is you're seeing that basically how it's calculated is that students who are receiving free lunch, they're counted as 1 student. Students who receive reduced price lunch are counted as 0.5. Someone made that up for no reason. That is very unique to Minnesota. In most of the states that I have worked with, a student who identifies for reduced price lunch or who qualifies is just 1 student. So by choosing to weight a student with reduced price lunch at 0.5, the argument is that that's taking away money from districts because it's not like you can cut a teacher in half or a service in half to provide to a student. And so then another important point here on line 2 that's important to note is we also have a cap in Minnesota. So a district will, this is calculated at a school level. So a school will not receive an increase in per pupil funding if they have more than 80% of their student body who qualify for free reduced price lunch, which again is unique. Not many states that I've seen have that type of cap because it is disadvantaging the schools that serve higher concentrations of students, the highest concentrations of students in poverty. The rationale behind doing that was to dissuade schools from trying to sequester all their low-income students into a school. Shannon, your face is literally my face when someone told me that.
Sorry.
Yeah. This is tied to the base, so this is tied to our basic formula allowance. However, if you look at step 4, you see that $839 is subtracted per pupil from that. So it's not the full base. The important point to take away from this, though, is that there's a hold harmless for 1 year for this year. If you have reduced price students, they count as half instead of 1. There's a cap. So if a school has higher than 80% students identified to be in poverty, you're not receiving an increase in funding for those students so you're receiving that flat amount. And so it's an important funding formula to understand. It's overly complicated. I'm happy to talk more about it, but those are some of the big points about compensatory revenue. Any questions?
Maybe to summarize,
Yeah.
are we expecting the compensatory revenue to go down
Yes.
when this goes? And is it going to be drastic? Is it going to be,
Yeah, so during COVID, because there was the universal meals and students weren't in school, we saw a big dip in the forms. And so what the legislature did is they extended the deadline by a few months and then also put in a hold harmless because districts were receiving a lot less funding for compensatory revenue because they didn't have that form, because families were not turning in the forms. And so with universal school meals, there have been some pilots across the state to tie this funding to direct certification, so whether a student participates in SNAP, TANF, Medicaid, but that was a pilot that hasn't been expanded yet. This will have to be resolved so that districts aren't losing funding, because this is a huge pot of funding and it's important funding. As I get updates, I am happy to send it to Shannon or Dr. Mary Reed or anybody about like what we're hearing is gonna maybe happen with compensatory revenue. But
Because if they do come up with another proxy for poverty, are there other states that have a good model for that?
yes, so I'm working with Maryland right now, and they have a pretty good system. Actually, the state, surprisingly, that has a pretty good system is Texas. They use the American Community Survey and look at median household income, look at participation in government assistance programs like SNAP, TANF, Medicaid, look at household, number of people in a household, and then they create, it's called a neighborhood tier, and then they put the tiers in, order from high poverty to low poverty, and then give more funding to the students that are in the higher poverty areas. Maryland is trying to implement a system like that right now.
So multiple indicators to even create the tier
Yes.
itself.
Yes, there's a ton of issues with free reduced price lunch forms in terms of accuracy, the setting the levels that are set. And so if we could use direct certification, that would, one, be more accurate, but two, also cut down on the burden of families
Right.
to have to fill out those forms. Yeah.
It would be great if you could give us updates. I know our
Yeah.
LAC has been advocating about this for a number of years, kind of when we started advocating for school meals, because we knew this was tied.
Yes.
So, yes, we talk about it with our state legislatures every year.
Great.
So
I
that'd be
will
great.
I will, as soon as I hear stuff, I can let you know what I am hearing.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so moving on, please, to cross subsidies. I'm sure you all are very aware of what a cross subsidy is, but just a refresher on language, so we all coming from the same spot. A cross subsidy is the amount of funding that districts or charter schools have to pay out of pocket in the absence of dedicated state and federal funding for educating students with disabilities and English language learners. So, in other words, Hopkins has to pay X amount of dollars. This is their expenditures for educating a student with a disability. The state is giving them this much. That difference in funding is how much is called that. That's the cross subsidy. So if we move on, there were some big changes that were made in fiscal year 23 during the 2023 legislative session that are being implemented, have been implemented and are being implemented now and will be through fiscal year 27, as long as they're not repealed, which I don't see that happening, but there's a lot of things I haven't seen happen in politics when they happen, so I'll keep you updated on what I'm hearing. But the special education cross subsidy is probably the big one that you all have grappled with or heard about. Minnesota, this is not annually, so this is my mistake. It's about $2 billion, sorry. So take that $4 billion, I'll correct it, it's actually 2. Minnesota spends about $2 billion annually on special education. In fiscal year 2022, the special education cross subsidy across all districts was $811 million. I want to be clear, this isn't money that's being taken away. I don't want us to think about pitting students with disabilities against other students. To me, this is an obligation that the federal government and the state have to make sure that we're fulfilling that federal mandate through the IDEA. So across the state, there was an $811 million cross subsidy. And just for context, 19% of Minnesota students' population have been identified for special education services. I want to note this is higher than the national average, which is about 17%, and it has gone up. Identification has gone up a lot over the last decade across the country and in Minnesota. There could be many reasons for that, obviously COVID, but also I think too, as a former special education teacher, as we get more educated, as we start to better understand services that students need, they're being identified for services that they need, which, so they can be successful, which is good. Students should be getting the supports that they need. So moving on to English learner cross subsidy. This is a smaller cross subsidy, but still substantial. Minnesota spends about $60 million annually on English language learners. It has gone up with some of the legislative changes I'll talk about, but that's still a very small amount. The cross subsidy was about $118 million, and about 10% of Minnesota's student population have been identified as English language learners. This chart is showing you, the previous chart showed the total amount. This chart is showing you that per pupil difference. So the cross subsidy in Minnesota equates to about $140 that per English language learner that districts have to pay on average that the state and the federal government are not fulfilling. So I pulled, if you go to the next slide, please, I pulled data that was publicly available. So I'm sure you all have more accurate numbers that I would hope you would dig into. So this is just what is from the fiscal year 2023 special education report. So the state has to submit a report to the legislature every 2 years on cross subsidies in Minnesota. And this is what it said for Hopkins Public Schools. So what they said was that your district spent in fiscal year 23 about $17.5 million to educate your students with disabilities. The state gave you about $9.6 million, and you had a gross cross subsidy of $8 million. The state did an adjustment that year to give some additional monies to districts. So in that adjustment, your district received about $1 million more, but it still left you all with a cross subsidy to educate students with disabilities of about $7 million. Hopefully that sounds right. If it doesn't, take it up with the legislature. But that's what their report says. So in your district, you have a special education cross subsidy of about $7 million. Pulling for the English language learners, if you go to the next slide, please. It's a smaller cross subsidy, but still significant. So this is from the Minnesota House Research Department. They compile data for every district in the state. This is older. It's from fiscal year 22. Unfortunately, I didn't see any more recent data, so hopefully you all can dig in. But what they said for fiscal year 22 was that you all received about $394,000 from the state in English learner revenue. The state gave an extra $13,000 to you all in revenue. So you had about $400,000 from the state. There's some math that's wrong there. I think this is supposed to be a 3, sorry. I will fix this. But your district spent about $1.6 million, or $1.6 million to actually educate your English language learners, leaving you with a cross subsidy of about $1.2 million. So when we add those together, it's your special education and English language learner cross subsidy is about $8.2 million, which is a hefty chunk of change that you all have to shell out to educate your students with disabilities, English language learners. So,
Did you say there was a House Research Committee that
yes.
looked at
So
all of
in
this info?
Yes. So in Minnesota, we're lucky that we have a really large nonpartisan staff, and they do a lot of good research on education issues. So in fiscal year 23, as legislators were thinking about how they can help with the special education and English learners cross subsidies, they did some research on current cross subsidies. Happy to share the spreadsheets and the report with you all if you'd like to see it.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
And to be clear, just to kind of go back, this is money essentially that is owed to districts, and our districts specifically, from the state and federal government.
That's what I read. I'm of the mindset that first of all, the federal government only funds about, on average, 12% for students with disabilities, which is well below what they should do. And when you adjust for inflation, funding has actually gone down in the last, well, I only did it 6 years out, but it's decreased. So to me, yes. If not all of it, I would say a good portion of it, the state and the federal government should be paying more. With that said, I would not expect any additional funding from the federal government, given the incoming administration, who has said that they would like to disband the Department of Education and get rid of a lot of categoricals. And then also with our current state government, I don't see. There were changes made, though. That's on the next slide. So I'm gonna go to the next slide, and I can kind of set up some of the context for the next session. So as I've said a couple times, there were some big changes made, though, to the cross subsidies in the 2023 legislative session. I added this hashtag. I don't know if anybody's still on X, Twitter. I left it the day it became X, but if anybody's still on it, the hashtag Minnesota Ledge has some pretty good updates. That's what I would use a lot when I was in politics. So in fiscal year 2023, the legislature passed some big changes for English language learner and special education cross subsidies. So They increased the per pupil amount for English learners from $704 to $1,228. So just by that, making that increase, you all should see more funding for English language learners because they increased that per pupil allocation. And then starting in fiscal year '27, as of now, I can't guarantee that's still going to be there in '27. The state legislature said that they will also pay 25% of the cross subsidy that districts have for English language learners. For special education, the state is currently paying 44% of cross subsidies that districts have, and that's going to increase to 50% as of now in 2027. So hopefully you all have been receiving additional monies from the state. Well, you should be, I'm sure you are, hopefully, to cover those cross subsidies because the state has passed those for special education and then increased funding for English learners just from that per pupil allocation. So I'll pause there.
Is there a typo here? Special education cross subsidy increase to, oh, never mind. No, there's not a typo.
Okay, good, okay.
It's my blind eyes. I'll just put my glasses
Oh
on.
yeah, no worries. Yep. Okay. So if we go to the next slide, please. I pulled this from the House Research Department. I'm happy to share the spreadsheet with you all if you want to dig into the numbers that the state has for you all. But for last year, the state anticipated that from the special education cross subsidy, you all should have received about $3.5 million in additional funding to fulfill your cross subsidy for special education, and then about $300,000 for English learner aid. And then they have projected that this year you all will receive about $3.6 million in special education aid for that cross subsidy. That would be that 44%. And then English learner aid about $300,000 as well. So that's projected additional state monies that you're projected to get. So with that, your cross subsidies would then decrease for both to under $5 million. So still not covering that full $8 million, but covering at least some of it. That's kind of the broad overview on state education finance and factors like the big revenue streams from the state. Are there any questions before we kind of shift to thinking about enrollment and the impacts on budgets?
I don't think so.
Okay, I will make sure that the slides have those two corrections. I've made note, so I'll make those.
Thanks.
Okay, so thinking about enrollment, if we go to the next slide, please, thank you. So state education funding is highly dependent on district student enrollment, right? And education shifts affect education budgets very differently at state and local levels. So if student enrollment falls at a state level, that doesn't necessarily mean that there will be cuts to education funding. The state could take that additional funding that they've allocated, but they don't have students, and they could target it to more historically marginalized student groups. We saw Minnesota do that in 2023 with the cross subsidies. They could reinvest it, and then that would increase our per pupil amounts. However, when a district sees declining enrollment, they will typically receive less state funding through the state formulas because that's directly tied to enrollment, unless the state has an exception like a hold harmless. So like with compensatory revenue this year, even if you all had seen a decline in your students who were economically disadvantaged, you would have had a hold harmless, you would have gotten the same amount of funding as you did last year. That is not the case, though, necessarily for English learners or student disabilities or total enrollment, because Minnesota does not have a permanent hold harmless policy baked into its state policy. A state that does is like Massachusetts. They have a hold harmless policy. I do want to just be very transparent. I am not a proponent of permanent hold harmless policies because there's only so much money, and when you continuously fund a district that is continuously losing students, that's less money that can go to districts that are serving those students. So I would be a proponent more for like a temporary hold harmless policy that would create a gradual off ramp for a district so they can adjust, because it's not easy to just close a school or fire a bunch of people, right? That's also not good for kids. I worked at it in my school when the school improvement grant funding, federal funding expired. We fired a bunch of our staff in a day, and our students were like, what? And it was not great. So, but as of right now, Minnesota does not have a hold harmless policy except for that one for compensatory revenue. And honestly, with the current state legislature we have, or that we're going to have next year, I don't foresee one coming. But you'll all see, you guys have actually been gaining enrollment. I'm sure you know that. Or at least based off state numbers you have. Dr. Mary Period's like, have we? So, okay, so if we go to the next slide, please. The four main factors that are impacting public enrollment across the country in Minnesota at districts, the one is declining birth rates. Across the country, every single state over the last decade has seen a decline in birth rates. So this leads to smaller incoming classes of students, particularly at the elementary level. State-to-state migration. So this is the movement of people from one state to another. Minnesota has actually seen a small influx of people coming to Minnesota, a net. So that means that fewer people have left than have come in. So we've actually seen a small net increase over the last couple years, likely because of some of the progressive policies we've seen versus some of our neighbors, at least from surveys. And so that can impact state enrollment. Immigration is also a big point. We have not really seen any increases in immigration over the last 7 years. And again, with the incoming administration, I wouldn't expect that we would. And then private school choice and homeschooling. There has been an increase in homeschooling in Minnesota. There has not been policies passed like we've seen in Arizona, Texas, Florida, Arkansas around private school choice, and I don't anticipate that to happen. So really the two big factors for Minnesota would be declining birth rates, state-to-state migration. So if we go to slide 28, just to give you some context, the National Center for Education Statistics, this is our federal, they do a lot of the federal data for Minnesota, across the country. They have projected that in the school year 2031, Minnesota as a whole, unfortunately they don't do district projections, but at Minnesota as a whole, we'll see a decline of about 1.8% in student enrollment. And that is most states across the country. So just to keep kind of at high level. If you go to the next slide, please. Minnesota has also seen a decline in our total enrollment. The y-axis here is really small, so that line is just kind of more for effect. It's only about 790,000 to 830,000 students. But Minnesota has seen a decline, a large decline with COVID. We've seen a slight rebound in the last couple of years, but still we are below where we were before COVID started. And then I pulled data for you all from the Minnesota Department of Education Data Center. So if we go to the next slide, please. This is what they have for you all from fiscal year 2017 to 2024. Total enrollment in Hopkins has increased by about 2.3%. But when we compare it to the growth for historically marginalized students in your district, so economically disadvantaged students, students with disabilities, and English language learners, they have grown at a faster rate than your overall enrollment. This is important to think about because of cost. So even if you're getting more money from the state with your increases in student enrollment overall, normally what we're seeing though is that that money is still not sufficient to meet the needs of historically marginalized students. So that will often put more burden on districts and localities to raise local dollars to account for those differences in funding. So just something to note. This is a trend that we're seeing across the country and in most large and middle-range suburban districts who are usually on the ring of a larger city. And I want to say this is, again, Minnesota Department of Education data. So if you have more accurate data, please look at it. Another thing I wanted to just call attention to is open enrollment, because open enrollment is something in Minnesota. We actually have really good open enrollment data on our Department of Education website, so you can see where districts are going. So you can see the resident districts for students that you're getting from open enrollment and for your students that are leaving. And it's a big part of Minnesota. When we talk about school choice, this is a part of school choice that I don't think it's talked about enough because it does impact districts in the way that charter schools do. And so in Minnesota, about 10% of our student population uses open enrollment. And so I pulled the data for Hopkins from fiscal year 2018 to 2024. So if you go to the next slide, please. This just shows you the number of students you've lost due to open enrollment and the students you gained, and then your net gain and loss. So it's fairly steady over the last 6 years. You're seeing anywhere between 200 to 350 students that you've gained. So you have gained over the last 6 years from open enrollment, which is good for you.
Quick question about that.
Yep.
And maybe you don't know, or have the data in front of you, but are we gaining more, or, so there's a gain, which is good, right? But is it that disadvantaged and historically marginalized people, is that, so like, it is good, but it's also costly? Is that?
Sure, it could be. Unfortunately, that is not something that the state has publicly available data for. So I can't tell you if there's any type of additional need that student has who comes to your district. I can say, though, that from working in policy for a long time and working with families, your district was one where people did want to come to because of the reputation for having high academic standards and good services for students, particularly students with disabilities, at least from talking with families.
Thank you.
Yep. So with that, that's all I have for you all. We have 10 minutes. That's my email. Feel free to ask me any questions, follow up. I'm always available to answer your questions. And if I don't know the answer, I'll either find it or try to connect with somebody who knows it. You will get these slides. I will just make those couple of updates to make sure that's accurate for you all. And I can also, if it's helpful, I could actually just create like a folder and then put also some of those spreadsheets from the data I pulled and the reports. You all can have that too. But I will now stop talking and answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you so much for this.
Thank you.
I just wanted to circle back on something because often, we're members of AMSD and they provide a lot of really great information for us when we go to the legislature every year to advocate for public education. And one of the things that I appreciate about the context you gave is kind of the overtime and putting the state of Minnesota into context across the country. But one of the things that AMSD has provided to us is that if our per pupil funding in the state of Minnesota had kept pace with inflation, where would we be at now? And so we talk about here in Hopkins, the chronic underfunding of public education. And I'm wondering, given the context you've provided, that funding has gone up most years in Minnesota and that we rank 8th in the nation, where is the context, kind of the sweet spot when we talk about education funding historically and where we're at now?
Yes. So with regard to inflation or just like nationally? Sorry, what?
Yeah, I think that was
Okay.
convoluted.
Yeah.
So one of the things that we like to talk about is what would it look like if schools were fully funded? And I think we
Sure.
did a great job in this presentation of presenting what that would look like for special education and English language learners. But what would that look like if we had, kept pace with inflation in the state and our per pupil formula?
Yes. So I do want to note, and I didn't put this in here, and I probably should have, the basic formula allowance will be tied to inflation, not this year. I think it's in a couple fiscal years. I can get that information, with a cap, though, at 3%. And that's because inflation can be really wild, right? And if you just tied it to straight inflation, the per pupil amount could go up by a lot, but then that would also put a huge strain on the total budget. So there's like a balance here between wanting to increase that per pupil formula. So when they talk about the inflation amount, it's always with the per pupil formula allowance, just so you all know. So the per pupil formula allowance has generally been been increased by about 2% every year. And so some years that was actually above inflation, and some years it's below. Over the last 4 years, yes, it has been well below inflation levels. And so I think also too within that conversation, there are two different metrics for inflation to look at. There's a CPI and there's a different one. And they both give different answers for what that would fully funded amount would look like. So I personally think that Minnesota has done a fairly good job of increasing that per pupil formula allowance, because at the same time, the state has taken an approach that instead of putting all the money into the per pupil formula allowance, they've put more money into the streams that target historically marginalized students, right? So 2 years ago, they could have put more money into the per pupil formula allowance. They chose to put it towards the English learner and the special education cross subsidy, which I am more of a proponent for personally. I don't know if I'm answering your question.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You are. Thanks.
But yes, so there are two different calculators for inflation. I can pull them from you. I actually got into a debate with somebody a couple years ago about this because I use CPI in my work and somebody else uses a different one, which does create a different, because CPI is more generally used, and the other one creates more of a larger amount than the CPI. So I think it's good to have both, because in Minnesota, the Democrats tend to use one and the Republicans tend to use the other, and that's also good to know who uses which one. Yeah. I'll send you more information on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question, Chair Andreessen? Hi, thank you for this. This is a really robust presentation, and it's amazing, very user-friendly, so thank you.
Good. Yay.
I'm comprehending things, but I do have a question. I noticed about the Department of Education, and was wondering if that was to, be disbanded, how badly would that implicate funding for public schools?
Yes. Yes. It would not be great. So Minnesota, we do have a more robust state education finance system than many other states. So on average, the federal government gives us about 7% on average. Now, when you have more Title I students, Title III students, student disabilities, you get more funding because it's through title programs. To be very honest with you, I don't think that's going to happen. I think it would take an act of Congress to do it. It would take a lot of time to stop that funding, to change systems. But I'll answer your question honestly. If that were to happen, yeah, it would be a huge strain on the state, and I don't think that we have the means to pick up the tab. So then I think there'd be budget cuts if that were to happen. But I also don't think that's going to happen. Do I think that you will see increases to IDEA funding? No. Do I think you will see increases to Title III funding? No. Do I think you might see an attack on Title I funding? Yes. But it would take an act of Congress to actually end it, and I don't. There are a lot of other things on the agenda that I think are more pressing to the incoming president. Yeah, they're not good things, but yeah. I'm trying to be as political as possible, but
Oh, no. Thank you.
Yeah. If you would like to email me and get a coffee chat, I can tell you how I really feel.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you for that answer.
Yeah.
That's just something that's just been the conversation with multiple school board members and just community. I think no one truly understands what that means and how it will impact public education, and the biggest thing is the budget. How will that impact our budget so we're able to continue to do our work effectively without complexities.
Yeah, I don't think that will be something that you all have to deal with in the next couple years, if at all. But I do want to acknowledge that I did read about the horrible stuff your students had to go through with their text messages, and I'm sorry you have to deal with that. It's unacceptable.
Thank you.
Chair?
Yes.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It was really good. My question is about effective advocacy at the legislature. What do you think that looks like? I'm thinking about the knowledge levels that legislators have around school finance. I'm thinking about what are the tactics or, like uses of language that are helpful in most effectively advocating for schools and increased funding support?
Yes, great question. So I think you have a lot of associations that are helpful, like AMSD, Education Minnesota, whatnot. If you want to do something on your own, I think two things. One, identifying who the chairs of the committees are, so you can try to get meetings with them, or the vice chairs, looking at if any of your local representatives are also on those, the education, finance, or policy committees, whether it be in the House or the Senate, and sharing with them, like, just the real stories of how not getting that funding is going to impact you. So putting numbers to it, putting people to it, and also, bringing in teachers or students or parents to talk about it as well. Legislators are very moved by stories, and very moved by stories that also then tie into the larger picture with the data, right? So if you don't get X amount, then that could lead to your district having to cut services for a student group or whatnot, and then having letters or having a student come or a family member come to actually talk about the real world implication of that, I think is important. Yeah. So, and I think with language, it really does depend on the legislator. If your representative of the area is not on education committee, they might not have as much knowledge just because they're already stretched thin, and we do have part-time legislators in Minnesota, so they do usually have other jobs or other things that they're doing. So creating, a one-pager or creating a table, creating something to explain that to them could just be very helpful. And yeah, showing the impact, I think, is important. Yeah, not being accusatory, things like that.
Thank you.
I see Clerk Thompson, you have your hand raised. Did you have a question?
Yeah, hey, thank you for your time this evening and informative presentation. One thing I was hoping to hear about, and it seemed like maybe we didn't get to it, and so Chair Andreessen, maybe we could consider putting this on a future workshop, is I was hoping to hear a bit more as well about some of the local funding mechanisms, and we've been talking about referendums and levies and that type of thing. But I guess just one quick question I had on that front was, I think I had heard something that, you can pass an operating levy, which the money could go towards operations. But I thought I had heard that is capped at some point, so that certain districts can't just run up that finance to some degree. So is that true? And could we talk about local stuff at some point?
Yeah, thanks for that. And I wonder too, I was wondering when I saw this slide, Clerk Thompson, there is a section that's orange that says referendum revenue, and is that the cap? It's capped at 9%. Is that what that meant?
No. So in Minnesota, we have some equalization measures. So that is monies that the state collects to help with some equalization with local money. That's not capped at 9%.
Okay.
But I do want to admit that is not my area of expertise. So I would recommend having someone else, or I could try to find someone for you all. State finance is more my area of expertise.
That's totally fair.
Yes. Yeah.
But that is interesting to note, is that the state does provide what is known as equalization dollars to also, I think, Kai, to your point, make sure that certain districts that may live in a higher tax geographical area are not completely higher funded. I mean, we can debate what that means. But there is a little bit of work at the state level to make that more equal across the state. Is that correct understanding of those
Yes.
dollars?
Yeah, that is my understanding. I don't want to speak again too much because that's not my area of expertise, but I do think it is an area that, I think that's a very complimentary area for you all to learn about next, in addition to state, is that local piece. Because when you look at local per pupil funding versus state per pupil funding, it's those local dollars that are driving more of those inequities across districts than the state funding, which is more progressive in Minnesota.
Yes, you did mention that. Yeah, thanks. That is a good next step. Because is it in here how much of a percentage of district funding comes from local?
I didn't have it explicitly mentioned. You can kind of see it on slide 9, where you see the shares. Which, by the way, Hawaii is one district, so they don't have a local. So if you're like, why does
Right.
Hawaii don't have any local money? It's because it's one district. In Minnesota, though, it's not. It's so about 67% of the money comes from the state on average, and then it's about another like 30. I'm trying to make sure I do this math correctly. It's about 25 to 26% comes from districts, and then the rest of it comes from federal government. So most of it comes from the state on average. We'd have to pull the money for Hopkins more specifically, which happy to pull some federal data. I would have federal data, or if you want to send me some budgets, I'm happy to look at it for you. But
Great,
it varies.
thanks. Any other questions? Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time and the conversation.
Yes. Thank you all. Yeah, if you have any questions, please let me know. And I will keep you updated if I hear anything. So thank you all, and thank you for the work you do.
Awesome. Good learning, thank you.
Yes,
Thank
thank
you.
you so
much.
much. Okay, grab some history.
And that takes us to our next agenda item. I'll turn it over to Dr. Mary Peary Reed.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Andreessen. So we have an agenda item on the workshop agenda called Communication Strategies and Parent Engagement. And this is based on a request from our board to just have an update about all of the ways that we tell our story about who we are and what we do in Hopkins, and connect with families and for sure staff and students, but mostly the broader, more external community. So I just want to thank our Director of Communications and Marketing, Jolene Goldati, who will come to the board table, and she's going to be joined by Dr. Brown and Lindsay Leisman, who work together on a bit of parent engagement. So this is just an informal conversation to give you an update about all the ways that we reach out to our families. And it's really a multifaceted approach. So appreciate your efforts, Jolene, and thank you, Stanley and Lindsay, for helping our board understand the ways that we engage with our parents as well. Appreciate your time, all of you.
I can start. All right. Well, it's good to be here with you tonight. So my portion of the presentation is going to focus on our communication strategies, and specifically in a post-pandemic world. Next slide. Ooh, I'm going to have to remember my presentation, because that's a little small. So as we all know, and are probably really sick of hearing about, COVID has, drastically impacted our world, and how parents engage with education, and also how education is perceived, not only in Hopkins, but nationwide. So for the purposes of this presentation, I kind of divided things into 3 different buckets, close to the things that I manage. One, looking at enrollment patterns and how those have been impacted, family, scholar, and staff communication preferences and how those have shifted, and this loss of trust that's happening in public institutions, K-12 being among them. So next slide. So I know the last time I was before you, I spoke a lot about enrollment and some of the trends happening in Minnesota. So this is a bit of a repeat of that. And the gist of it is that Minnesota has a declining birth rate, and there are two patterns that have emerged since the pandemic, during the pandemic, and kind of continue to stay with us. One, there has been this increase in of parents choosing private schools or maybe charter schools, and two, an interest in homeschooling rather than doing any of those. And while there was a peak of that during peak COVID times, it still hasn't rebounded back to what was before COVID. So still with us. Next slide. So knowing that is in the mix for us, here are some of the ways that we've responded. So on the enrollment front, one of the things that we have done is we've linked our marketing and communication team to our enrollment team. And that really allows us to focus on having a customer-centric approach to enrollment. Prior to that, the enrollment team was really focused on the operational side as they were set up to do, and as most districts are set up to do. We're really in this climate where families want choice. They want to be walked through their options. They are shopping, and we need to have a enrollment office that sort of understands that, responds to that, reflects that. So that has been a big change that we've undergone. As part of our customer-centric experience, we have multiple help sessions with families, especially during peak enrollment times, where we just hang with them, whether they have questions about open enrollment or equity options or different schools they may be interested in. We make sure that we can answer their questions, that we're available at convenient hours, and can really just engage with them. And the other thing that we want to focus on a lot, or that we're actually able to focus on a lot as a result of being linked with enrollment, is on the marketing and communication side. We're able to really connect our enrollment data to the marketing outcomes. So, we're able to see, did we get what we were hoping to get from that marketing campaign? And if not, how should we pivot it? Did we get the call to action that we were looking for? No, okay, let's pivot it. So we're always looking at that. We're always comparing that and thinking about that. The other thing that seems like so far into the past now, but is actually really essential, is that all of our processes are online now. And that was something that we did in 2020 at the peak of the pandemic, because at that time, about 98% of our enrollments came in through paper. And that is really hard to believe, and that wasn't super convenient for families, and it wasn't super convenient for the enrollment staff. And making it digital was a huge undertaking, but in a moment where no one was able to come in person, you weren't able to fill out the forms, we just had to do it. So we did it, and now about 98% of our enrollments are online. So that has been a huge shift that we've also made. Next slide. So another thing that we have done, this is really as a result of having a different website platform, but prior to our website, our new website, we weren't really able to measure tour data at all. We didn't know what families were. We knew that they were touring schools. We didn't know how much. We didn't know what that experience was like. We didn't know how this school compares to that school. We just sort of knew it was happening. So one of the things that we did as a result of the new website is we made sure that we had registering for tours as part of an online process that we're able to grab the data from. And we actually follow up with families after they tour and make sure, how was that experience? We survey them. And then if they have any questions, we follow up with them and we answer them and make sure that we sort of stay with them as a resource for families. And as you can see, we've been doing this since about 2022, and we're able to compare year over year. So what you're looking at on this slide is just our most zoomed out version of our tour data, although we have a lot of it to share if you want to see that. But this is just sort of all of our schools and how they perform. And what you're seeing is that each year we're increasing tours. And this is a reassuring sign, and it's also probably a sign that families are just shopping more. I mean, that's just something that is increasing. And what's also interesting is that, although it's not reflected, you can't see it in this data, I just know this to be a data point, is that our secondary level has seen a 47% increase in tours. So they're seeing a significant, interest in touring those schools. Next slide.
Jolene, at our secondary schools, do students help with the tours, do you know?
That's a really good question. I don't know that. I don't think so, but I don't think so, is my assumption, but I don't know for sure.
That could be a cool feature.
It could be a cool feature.
Praise.
Yeah.
I know there was a program not too long ago where students got to help other new students tour, and then I've also I think it was maybe just once. I was about to say twice, but it was just once where I've talked to some people who were on a tour with our college and career counselor, like touring the high school. It was some families. It was really nice.
It's a good idea.
Sorry to interrupt.
Ideas happen wherever they happen. It's okay. So what you're looking at here on this slide, there's a lot going on, and I can't see a lot of it, but I do know the slide. So but basically, what this is a kindergarten recruitment enhancement. Oh, thank you. And our funnel. So how we interact with this is, we start at the biggest part of the funnel, and then we work our way down. So we start with building awareness, and that is just letting families know that we exist. We're out there. We start this in the summer through multiple social media engagement campaigns. We're on Google Ads, and then we're also on PBS and places like that. So just like, hey, we're out there, and come see us. The next thing we want them to do is have a touch point with one of our schools, whether it's attending kindergarten information night, whether it's going and touring a school, whether it's attending an immersion session. We want you inside the school and being persuaded by the amazingness that is Hopkins. The next thing we're looking to do is drive action. Ideally, that action is enroll in our school. And then after that, we stay with them. We make sure that they not only have made that choice, but feel really good about that choice. And so we continue to connect with them about different opportunities, different events that are going on until the start of the school year. So they feel like they are a Royal and they're with us. And also they have a contact to go to if they have questions. Next slide. So now I'm going to pivot to communication preferences and some of the things that we've seen change as the result of the pandemic. These are nationwide trends, and I picked out the ones that were most specific to Hopkins and how they're impacting our school districts. So one of the things that we've seen shift, and was shifting before really the pandemic, is this sort of real-time, 24/7 expectation for communication across multiple mediums. So prior to 2020, there was maybe some people were thinking 8 to 5 was an appropriate time to respond, and we're really in a climate where people expect responses all the time, whether it's on Facebook Messenger or whether it's contact the district, or it's really we're operating in a climate where people are expecting just sort of that instant communication. And I think it's coming from operating where during the COVID years, we were just the school just never stopped. I mean, you're just sort of in this digital space of school. So I think that's been a holdover. The other thing is something that, of course, has always been important, clear and consistent messaging. But when you were only when you're engaging with your school in a digital space, it really created this this need for for the information to be jargon free and plain language, and parents just wanting to be told what to do. Just give me the cliff notes. I just want to know what to do. And that's something that we're seeing still in the climate. The other thing is multiple channels, wanting to be communicated with, an email for this, maybe social media for this, video for this other thing. And knowing too that we're communicating multi-generationally, that's really important. Anybody that's tried to communicate with a high school student knows that if you email them, they will never respond. You have to text them. And that's why when you get their numbers, you feel like you're in the club. And the final thing is this feedback loop and two-way communication. So what we mean by this is parents really wanting their voice heard. They want to be able to give feedback. And not only that, they want to see their feedback reflected in the decisions that that have been made. So that's something that just seems to be more heightened than it used to be. Next slide. So knowing that feedback part is so important, one of the things that I did last year that I thought was really powerful is Dr. Mary Perry Reed invited me to listen to her Superintendent Advisory Council on the topic of communication. And this was a group of parents that represented kindergarten all the way through high school, and they provided some feedback on how they were experiencing our communication and some things that they felt could be potentially done differently. So one of the things, especially with the secondary families, they appreciated the Some More newsletters, which come out every week. But they also felt like there was a lot of information in those, and they really had a hard time if there was like deadlines or things like that in those Some Mores. Like, you'd have to sift through them and try to find the right Some More, and it would just it was a point of frustration. So one of the things that we did as a result of that is we created a information hub at Hopkins High School to really take that Some More information and archive it and organize it in a way that was easy to access and find information, to give them sort of like that ease of use and just knowing that their time was short and they just wanted to get to it and get the information. The other thing that came out was really wanting to know about safety and security as much as we could possibly share. And we realized that we didn't have any information on our website. I mean, of course, we have we have safety policy and that type of thing, but we didn't have a page dedicated to safety and security. So we created that and made sure that we were sharing the amazing things that our holistic safety team is doing on that page. So it was really clear and really transparent. One thing that all of the elementary parents seem to be in favor of was knowing when their school is going to communicate with them, especially if there was an emergency or we needed to deploy one of our drills into like a real scenario. They shared that, anytime they hear the word lockdown, it would just like heighten their, anxiety, of course, and they would think of a shooting, like that's just the first thing that would come to their mind. And so they just really wanted something that would help them understand, when are you going to communicate? Like, just if something happens, like, how will I know and what will you do? So we created a communication protocol that outlined all of that, like if this happens, you may not hear from the school. And if this happens, you absolutely will. And here's how fast we will communicate. Here's who you will communicate here's who will communicate with you. And so it was really outlined in a pretty direct and transparent way. We shared that with parents at the beginning of the year, and it's also shared on that safety and security webpage as well. Another thing that we've done is we have back to school hubs and rising scholars hubs just so parents can have all the information at their transition points or their entry points. Those are really important. Everyone in the world seemed to want a new athletic site, and so we were super excited to launch that in July 2024 in partnership with our athletic team. And then we're working with Dr. Camphy on a really exciting brand proposition for elementary schools, which maybe we can share with you at a later date. Next slide. So as I shared before, like that centralized information is really key. So that Hopkins Information Hub that the high school has now, we're always looking at data and we want to make sure that what we're doing is like worth it and we're getting the return on investment. So looking at the data on that page, it's now the 9th most visited page on the Hopkins High School site, and it was just launched in September. So that shows that is getting a ton of traction and really achieving its goals. We're really excited to see that. And now we can take that as a point of proof to, maybe bring to our middle schools. Like, this has been really successful. Maybe we can do this for you.
So is it sort of like the transition hubs that you create?
Yeah, but it's more day to day. It's more week to week. So they're able to, like, if there's a registration deadline or, just all the information the high school shares is a ton. Great. Or when colleges visit or, so it's all of the essential information. Mm-hmm. So our back to school hubs have been, those are wildly successful. They're getting a ton of traction and hits, especially during the back to school time. And our top resource by far is our Everything You Need to Know About Back to School. It's something we update every year, and it's like the most popular thing on our website. So that was really kind of interesting too. Next slide. So when we look at some of the different technology enhancements that we've had, like a new website, some of the different tools that we use, one of the really great things about them is that we're able to lean into them to enhance inclusion and accessibility. Our website is and all of our digital tools are 100% ADA compliant. All of our team is trained in ADA compliance, so we are able to provide communications that are accessible to everybody. Translation is built into all the pages of our website, and that's really powerful if you think about our enrollment form, which is now online. With a click of the button, we're able to change that form into Spanish or into Hmong or Somali or any of the languages that our website translates into, which it's not able to do on paper or PDF. So that's one of the really great things about that process. We're also able to translate all of the some more newsletters that our principals send out, and then any urgent communication that we send out, we make sure that it's translated into the 4 languages of English, Somali, Hmong, and Spanish, which are our top 4 in the district. And this may seem like an unusual one to put on an inclusion and accessibility, but we're part of a 2-way texting pilot in the enrollment office, and that has been really powerful for families, especially if we just need to follow up with a quick something, like, hey, we're missing a form in your enrollment, or can you send us this, or whatever it is. It allows them not to have to take a phone call or to call us back. We can just quickly text them. They're able to text us back. They can even send us the documentation over text, and we're able to receive it that way and upload it. So it's just one more way to remove burdens and barriers from families. I know I don't like to talk to anybody on the phone, and if I can text, I'm going to do that every single time. Next slide. Okay, so my final thing is this nationwide trust in public institutions, and this is kind of a bummer way to end the presentation, but it's not the end of the presentation because it ends on a good note. So there are several key factors that have caused by the pandemic that have caused us to lose trust in our public institutions, K-12 being obviously among them. These are sort of the top things, this perceived learning loss, and maybe the community blaming a school for that learning loss, or teachers or administration or whoever it is. Somebody's always, people want to blame somebody. This increased mental health need of our students and our staff, and I would say everybody actually in the world has an increased mental health need right now, and we see that in our schools. And our schools weren't necessarily equipped initially to deal with that. We have political polarization, and this isn't necessarily just due to the election. This is due to mask mandates and how mitigation strategies were handled. And if you lived in a community where there was a divide, that really tore apart school districts and communities, how people felt about how we should handle the pandemic. And this has all led to teacher and staff burnout. We know that there's a teacher shortage and a shortage of funding and a shortage of all the things. So schools are going through it right now, as we know that. And as I was writing this, I'm like, man, we all need a hug because this is a lot. Okay, next slide. But this is the really good news, is that Hopkins has fared much better, certainly than schools nationwide, but even in schools in our own community. This is taken from the Peter Leatherman Spring Survey, so this is really recent information. We have a really high level of trust. You have a high level of trust as a school board and as administration. There's a 79% supermajority. Those aren't my words. Those are the words of Peter Leatherman, and of trust and of people believing that we are going to do right for kids, which I think is incredible, especially during this time. We have positive approval ratings. The superintendent does, the administration does, far above our neighbors in suburbia and the Minneapolis metro. So that, I think, is really significant. Of course, having effective multi-pronged communication contributes to these outcomes that we're seeing, at least in the trust space. And when we look at our most effective communication channels for our residents, and knowing that our residents, 80% of them don't have kids in our district. So for our residents, most of them get their information from the Update, which is our mailed newsletter. And then followed by the district website and word of mouth. Both of those are 18%. And then together with everything else that we're doing with mailings, with social media, with video, podcasts, we're reaching about 94% of our district households. So that's pretty significant. Next slide. So we look at all of the things that we're doing. Here's our biggest communication channels. We have the Royal Report, which goes out every 2 weeks to about 4,000 people. We have about a 50% open rate with that, which that may seem kind of low, but actually it's pretty high. Like 30% is actually a good open rate. So to have 50 is quite high. We have video and our Inside Hopkins podcast, which is led by Dr. Mary Perry-Reed. It's award-winning, if you didn't know. The Update newsletter, which I just spoke about, which goes out to about 47,000 residents. And then our social media presence and how we work with the traditional media on stories they're working on or stories that we are pitching to them. So those are the biggest ways we are that are part of our multi-pronged communication approach. And that's what I have for my presentation. I can give it over to Dr. Brown and
that is a
Ms. Lindsay.
wonderful way to segue that the trust that our community has is indeed high, and which is why early on we tried to bring in groups, marginalized groups of parents to hear their voice on what their needs were and how we could help realize those needs. One of the first parent groups was the African American, African Descent, which the Director Roper and her partnership emerged as leaders to help bring African American parents in a group to for us to be able to be in partnership. And Director Roper, you can add anywhere you please. And it's been in existence for about 3 years. And the parents' clarion call was, we are very happy to have a space like this, that we are able to come and have our voices heard. And not only have our voices heard, but have our concerns moved on. And so we've been working with that group very, very, very strongly, and will work with them. In May, a Jewish group of parents asked to meet with us because they were concerned that in some of our spaces, it had not lived up to what we said as a welcoming environment. And so we met with them, and we partner with the Jewish Community Relations Council. And they have been giving workshops in many of our spaces. We met with them last evening, and they were very pleased at the progress that we have made so far. We will be meeting with a Latinx group of parents very soon. Our Somali and Hmong parents will be on the horizon to form our groups also. And you ask, well, why do you have affinity groups for these groups? Many of these affinity groups are traditionally marginalized groups that, for all intents and purposes, schools were not welcoming places for them. And so if we say that we are authentically inclusive and that we have vigilant equity, what does that look like? Are we indeed a welcoming space for those marginalized groups? Not only marginalized groups, but a lot of recent immigrants are coming to our doors not knowing what American classrooms and American schools look like. And so for them to have a group where they could come as parents and not ashamed to say, I don't know the language, I don't know the structure, I don't know the climate within their language groups, makes it an authentically inclusive environment for them. And so it's many of our parents that have been involved in these groups have said that they're very grateful for the groups and have come in from spaces that they were not able to have an affinity parent group, and as a result was ostracized. and did not feel a part of the educational system. And so that's what we are about. Did you want to add anything, Lindsay?
I think I would just add that family engagement is a grassroots effort, and like, I would echo what Dr. Brown said, that opening those doors and creating those spaces at those school sites and fostering those relationships, we have that infrastructure through our liaisons and through our leaders at school sites, and that theme of trust and relationships is where that can happen, and I think Hopkins is creating that space, and we'll continue to work on that vigilantly. Yeah.
Thank you. Director Roper, you are an integral part of forming one of those groups. Did you have anything that you
Well, thank
wanna
you
add?
so much, Dr. Brown. You have been a very instrumental part of the group as well. So the group is called COBATS, excuse me, COBATS, and it's Caregivers of Black African Diaspora Scholars, and it was created in partnership with another parent named Valita Moore, who's very into the school, and another parent, Charmaine, who was here, and the group was designed to help caregivers of, Black and brown students, to give them a voice, to get them involved in the school, and to also just be a part of a lot of processes that we normally don't see them a part of. So really want to get them like a part of like our legislative action work, to get them in event planning for things that are happening around the school, like African American Parent Involvement Day, or, and just things beyond Black History Month. We wanted to make sure that it was like an all-around celebration. An all-year celebration for Black and brown students, and also just, communications as well, because we know that, as you were talking about, like, some parents don't have the capacity to, like, read everything that's coming to them. So we want to find different avenues to be able to provide them with, information that's coming from the school. The state of the district that you gave last year, Dr. Mary Perry Weaver, we had all those parents. That really was where that originated from, because so many parents were just craving more from that, and that was a really good job that you had did. So we want to keep up that momentum. I know that it kind of lost a little bit of balance because of capacity issues, but we are looking to start that back up pretty soon. So thank you so much for all the support that you all have been giving us, but we are looking to get that going within the next few
Absolutely.
weeks.
Absolutely,
Thank you.
thank you. Director Ross, I think you were on one of those video meetings early on.
I was.
When
yes.
we
We did cross paths.
Yes, and so, thank you very much. That's all we have.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
I do want to have one quick question. Is it possible for communication, because I'm trying my best to read all of them, plus my school board emails. Are we able to maybe get some, and this may be associated with cost of printing, so I want to be very careful, but like maybe some like things to go into kids' folders, like for important district stuff? Because I read, like my daughter have a take-home folder that she has to bring stuff back to school on Monday, so we check it every week. So is it possible to start getting like some important district information inside those take-home folders, or to some of the kindergarten, or maybe some of the teachers?
I mean, you're right, print is kind of king in some spots. Like, I have young kids too, and like, you do look in those folders. That's how you like know what's going on. I wonder if there's even like a QR code that we could like provide, or, like maybe it's like information will be available here, or, maybe there's a way we can lock into that or hook into that without having to like print out a flyer, or, because we're kind of on a printing budget right now.
Like
Yeah.
printing.
But I think that there's still a way. I think there's a way that we can accomplish that
Okay,
using our multi-prong approach.
okay.
Any other questions?
Chair Andreessen?
Yeah.
I do have a question for Dr. Brown.
Yes.
Yes. So talking about the parent affinity groups, I think that's really a great thing. I think it's, educational outcomes and all that. It's a partnership, which I don't think I need to tell you that, of course. Is there something that the school board could do to help, right? Like, I'm thinking, like, can we come listen?
Absolutely.
Is that?
Oh, yes.
Is that something you could share with us?
Chair, Andresian. She does not need a special invite. She is on site. So you are welcome to all of them, absolutely. As a matter of fact, I invite you to all to come.
Okay.
I invite you all to come, because that also gives a sign to those that are there. The school board is interested in what we have to say and do. So you're always welcome.
But how will I know, right? Should I go to the information hub or?
Well,
where
I
should
think
look?
too, just to clarify, I think that in the past, we've made sure that the members of the group are inviting us. Sometimes our presence, if we do not identify as part of the group, can have a chilling effect on conversations. So we want to make sure that our presence is welcomed by the members of the group. And then we do have to make sure that there are no more than 3 of us in attendance so that we aren't in violation of open meeting law, which is part of the loveliness of being a school board member. So it would be great if we are able at some point to communicate with our official affinity groups our openness to an invitation.
Sure.
And then we can if you would be open to facilitating sending out an invitation.
Sure,
And we
yes.
can coordinate which 3, kind of like how we've done at engagement sessions and things
Yes,
like that,
absolutely.
if that would work out.
Yes, absolutely.
Chair Andreessen.
And there is an affinity educators group also.
Yes. And we do have our APAC committee too, that a few times we've been invited to join them as well.
Yes.
So,
Chair Andreessen.
yes.
In the past, Alex Fisher used to have, there was a document shared amongst us, so once he had permission from these affinity groups, then he kind of updated it with the date of the next meeting and had us sign up.
We could do
The board members sign up
Yes.
to ensure that
There
more
weren't
than,
more than one of us.
Yeah, sure.
But we can do that.
We could, absolutely, absolutely.
Great, thank you so
And,
much.
and always feel free to email me also.
okay.
Do we have any feedback about any, when I think about like who's at the table and who are we creating space for, are there any absent voices that we still need to think about including or connecting with? For example, I don't know if we connected with our Ukrainian newcomers, those families, or, and I'm just trying to make a list in my head of groups of people that would perhaps appreciate us connecting with them and them knowing about each other.
That's a very good point. And I think starting with the building admin, we could start there to ask them to filter names to us, and we can.
For them to think about who might be, yeah, who could benefit or be in need of a connection opportunity.
Yes, that's why I partner with Community Ed on such things. And that's why she's here with us.
I might suggest to that point, families with students with disabilities could be a group that we might look to
That's- yes.
administrators.
Yes.
To who we might engage there, and I'm certain there would be others we're not thinking of. at
And
this
that's why I like having multiple eyes on it.
Yep.
Actually, there's a group of parents who have children with disabilities who are gathering for coffee in a couple days, so we could look up the date and maybe we can create a space on our webpage where we're saying, here are all of the affinity spaces that are possible and when folks are meeting.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you all so
Appreciate all
much.
your work. And I just wanted to take a few moments. Director Kai, I'm sorry, you can all
well, are we
go.
dismissed?
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm switching to a
Thank you,
new
Jolene.
topic.
Thank you, Stanley. Thank you, Lindsay.
Sorry. Clerk Thompson brought up a topic on an email that I sent out to everyone on the board about a statement and that we had sent, which you all, I hope, had time to review. And I wanted to just open it up for discussion. Clerk Thompson, if you wanted to say anything about that before the statement is presented officially to the public. So maybe about 5 minutes we can talk and then have a little bit of a break before the meeting starts.
And I don't know, my thought as I was reading the draft was, and I feel like we heard some feedback to our board email, to this effect, that I felt like the first paragraph, I don't know, it seemed a little unnecessary, a little political to me. And so I just didn't think that it would be necessary. And I felt like we might be better served to not have that paragraph as written in there.
So your proposal, just so I'm clear, is that the statement would start at the second paragraph? So just take out the
Correct.
first correctly, don't edit it in any way.
Correct.
So just wondering if other board members want to weigh in. I know that I heard from you via email, but if there's any thoughts on that.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
So just to be clear, is our country, is that the first paragraph?
Yes.
At the moment? I feel like I speak for many people and not necessarily with regard to a political divide that would identify incredibly strongly with that first paragraph. I think that it is accurate that we are navigating division and discord within our community, and that discord causes some events, and that discord is also caused by some events that are happening in a larger community across the nation. I think reiterating the fact that the school board and the Legislative Action Coalition, which will go on to speak on behalf of public schools to our legislature, I think it's an important point that it is nonpartisan and inherently nonpartisan, and every person that sits on this board is not affiliated, if everyone looks back at their ballots, is not affiliated with a political party. I feel the opposite and would strongly advocate for keeping this, and this feels responsive given, I don't know, just like I said, the dozens and dozens of conversations that I personally have had over the last couple of weeks.
And for clarity's sake, you are co-chair of the Legislative Action Coalition.
Yes, I am on the Legislative Action Coalition, which is having to keep that in mind and keep a broad perspective on our community and the legislative, specifically in Minnesota, the legislative reality in mind constantly.
Chair Andreessen?
One more minute, yes.
Chair Andreessen, I just wanted to add, I agree with Treasurer Hartland. I felt that it's accurately describing it like, hey, it's raining. And, if people have opinions about interpreting that, I think that's another thing. But I think it accurately captures the moment. So I agree with Treasurer Hartland.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would also agree. I think that it captures what's currently happening. It's very transparent, and I think that we have we have a pattern, or not a pattern, but like sugarcoating, to appease. And I think that at this moment, we have to really just be really authentic and stand in truth about what's going on. So we're able to start collectively healing once we have what's like accurately happening at the table. Because if we start leaving out those important details, then, I feel we may be trying to I'm like, Treasurer Hartland, I don't know how to describe it, all in all, but I think that the more transparent that we can be, especially about some of our Black and brown students are experiencing in our district with those text messages, I think we need to just put on the table and just be as responsive as possible.
Thank you.
And can I comment again, Chair
Yes,
Andreessen?
thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate what everybody is saying, and I understand the moment, and I think we are being reactive with the rest of it but by taking the first paragraph out, it just would free us from any sort of, accusation of appearing to be partisan. I'll also note that, I don't even know if it's totally factually correct that, because I think we're, the Legislative Action Committee plus the board are nonpartisan, due to statute, not necessarily due to the, our collective values. So I would throw that in there as well as a word of concern.
I guess I would call up our statutory guru, Assistant Superintendent Lightfoot, to answer that question. I believe that I conduct myself in a nonpartisan manner due to these values that I hold. But perhaps we are required to be so in all our dealings statutorily. Is that accurate? I do know that other board members in the state do get endorsed by political parties. That is a fact.
That could be something that you could research in more detail. I would want to make sure that you have the accuracy of that before we would speak specifically to it. We certainly could look into that in more detail if there is that open question and you'd like that additional information.
Thank you.
But are we questioning whether commenting on the current state of division is the same thing as being partisan?
Specifically, there's a sentence that says that we are nonpartisan because we hold collective community values, and there's possibly a case to be made there that the statement to say we are nonpartisan can stand alone. We don't necessarily have to attribute that to collective community values or statute, potentially adding a period and separating those two ideas of these groups are nonpartisan and we hold the collective community values. I think that's
I'd be open to that edit.
that's separate from that specific last thing. I think if I'm representing you correctly, Clerk Thompson, that was an additional piece that there's potentially a factual question.
Yeah, I think that would resolve the factual question.
I entered a period and took out because. Great. Well, I think that we have our lovely student board reps here in the room, also our guests for the evening for our favorite part. of board meetings, and I really appreciate this conversation that we've had at the table. And I would like to give us a 5-minute break before we start at 7 p.m. Thank you so much, everybody.
Three so far, but we have two boys. I don't mind, but my last name is spelled H-A-R. It happens all the time, since that's how it's spelled the actual word. You do that, then we'll all be on the same. I just wanted to make sure I was, no, because I keep. And then this one right here.
No. I was like, this is something. I love this. So clearly not. No.
I'd like to welcome all my board colleagues back to the table so that we can get started with our meeting. We've got some special guests here with us tonight for our kicking off our board meeting with recognizing amazing things that are happening here in the Hopkins School District. So we'll welcome everyone to come down to the edge of the board table and get ready to welcome the achievements of our adapted soccer team, the Robins. So hello, everyone, and welcome again. First and foremost, on behalf of the school board, I'd like to extend our heartfelt congratulations to all student athletes being honored tonight. Your hard work, determination, and commitment to your soccer season have brought you here, and we are incredibly proud of each and every one of you. I would also like to acknowledge the invaluable support of our teachers, staff, and parents. Your guidance and encouragement are instrumental in the success of these young people. Thank you for your dedication and fostering an environment where our students can thrive. Adaptive sports offer a range of physical, emotional, and social benefits for children with all abilities. These sports are specifically designed to accommodate individual needs and abilities, ensuring that all children can participate and experience the joy of physical activity. Through adaptive sports, our players have improved their strength, coordination, and cardiovascular health. They have also developed better motor skills and bone health. Beyond the physical benefits, adaptive sports have significantly contributed to our players' psychological well-being. Participating in sports boosts self-confidence, self-esteem, and provides stress relief. The sense of achievement from mastering new skills positively impacts students' emotional state.
Thank you, Chair Andreessen, and I really love Paige's question to me. Who are you? It's a good question. So I'm Dr. Reed, Superintendent, and we're really happy that you're all here this evening. And we also want to share that socially, adaptive sports fosters teamwork, friendships, and improved communication skills. The Robins have built a supportive community, creating a sense of belonging and acceptance. These experiences have not only enriched their lives, but also educated others about the capabilities and potential of children with disabilities. Here are a few words from your coach, Scott Childers. Is Coach Scott here? I didn't think so. Okay. So this is from your coach. We have had a tough season in the win-loss column, but that is not an indicator of the type of team we are. Our team is very united and always pulling for one another and cheering each other on. We are a very tight-knit group who have developed, nurtured, and strengthened a lot of good friendships. We play with a lot of heart and passion and always give it our best. The players know that it's not about winning and losing. It's about hard work, having a great attitude, and having fun. This is my first experience coaching adapted athletics after 30 years of coaching high school hockey and softball, and it has been one of my most memorable and rewarding experiences to date. To our students, that's all of you, I want to say this: continue to dream big and strive for excellence. The journey ahead will have its ups and downs, but remember that you have already proven your ability to rise to the occasion. Embrace every opportunity to learn and grow, and never underestimate the power of your potential. And now, let's recognize each of our talented student athletes. So, athletes, when you hear your name, you can walk to the end of the Royal Blue Runner, right? And if you want to walk with a parent or trusted adult, a teacher, that's fine too, or you can do it on your own. And then you can come approach your school board members, and we'd like to give you a certificate. Here we go. Are we ready? Bauer Bush. Yay, Bauer. Woo! Congratulations, Bauer. Paige Debner. Woo-hoo! Congratulations, Paige. Henry Digman. Here we go, Henry. Congratulations, Henry. Paul Harris. Is Paul here? Let's clap anyway. Jadon Hayes. Tucker Callis. Isaac Livinggood. Ryan Rasmussen. And Sydney Robin. Any relation between Sydney Robin and the Robins? No. Okay. Sheer coincidence.
Come up for a photo.
Yes, let's have everyone come up for a photo. Parents, if you want to come, you can.
Come on, Henry. Go on, We're going to take a photo.
And hold up your certificates. So Bauer, turn your certificate around here. There we go. There you go.
Great idea.
And Paige, can you turn your certificate around and hold it up? Very good. No, Paige. Hold it down. Oh, we don't want to see the face. Oh. I don't want my face. Thank you so much. Great to have you here. Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for coming, students, parents, families. It's really nice to have you here. And congratulations to our Scholar athletes. You're welcome to stay for the board meeting, but if you want to leave, then that's cool too. Enjoy your evening.
Glad to see you. Lots of Fridays work well for me, and some other days too. I know next week I have less busy than normal, so almost for sure I can make it work.
Thank you all for joining us for that special recognition. So that now takes us to our open agenda portion of the meeting. This is where we invite a forum for public comment. We do have some cards that were filled out this evening, and we also have a couple of voicemails to play, 2 voicemails. So in order to get that done, there are a lot of rules that I need to go through so that we all are on the same page on addressing the board. So let me get that up. So we as a school board believe that hearing from our community members is crucial for implementing Vision 2031. If you wish to contact the board via email instead of publicly commenting at a meeting, please go to the school board page on the district website, and there are various ways to contact us directly, individually, or as a full board. At board meetings, public comment will be received both in person and through voicemail. Instructions for how to leave a voicemail to be played at the board meeting can be found in the board packet on the district website. We have 2 public comment sessions per meeting. The first is at the beginning of the meeting and prioritizes items on the agenda. The second is at the end of the meeting and will be used only when necessary. Each public comment section lasts for 30 minutes, and we allow comments up to 3 minutes for each person. As outlined in the board meeting protocols on the board website, if we have more community members than 10 per comment section, priority will be given to those comments pertaining to the agenda. And in this manner, we will allow them to be played. The first 5 voicemails received will be played, and the first 5 people who submit public comment cards will be invited to the table. Again, prioritizing items on the agenda. So we have a long list of guidelines for public comment. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Public comment is for input only. Members of the school board will not respond directly to public comments that are made at this meeting. No specific action will be taken at this meeting in response to comments that are made or issues that are raised during the public comment period related to items not on the agenda. If the board determines that action is appropriate, the action will occur at a future board meeting. If you have left your contact information on the comment card, a district representative may follow up with you after the meeting. I will recognize 1 speaker at a time. Only those speakers who are recognized will be permitted to speak. Individuals who interfere with or interrupt speakers, the board, or the proceedings may be asked to leave. Personal attacks on any individual, including any other speaker during the public comment session, are unacceptable, as are obscenities or profanity. Persistence in making such remarks will end the individual's opportunity to address the board and may result in the individual being directed to leave. I will rule out of order any statement that would violate state or federal law, school board policy, or the privacy rights of an individual. Minnesota's open meeting law prohibits the discussion of private educational data during an open meeting. Accordingly, during the public comment session, no person may discuss private educational data on an identifiable student. The open meeting law also requires the board to close a meeting for preliminary consideration of allegations against an employee. Accordingly, community members who have concerns about an employee or want to file a complaint or allegations against an employee are encouraged to contact the superintendent. We ask you not to name an employee by name during your comments. Repeated violations of these time, place, and manner restrictions may also lead to the meeting being briefly recessed. Community members will have an opportunity to be heard within the limits of the law and subject to the time, place, and manner restrictions above. Thank you for participating in public comment this evening and for sitting through that very long discussion. So the first person who has, first we will play a voicemail, and then we will go to our first in-person public comment. That has not happened before. Do we want to do an in-person comment first while you problem solve that, Natalia? Yeah. Okay, great. Well, we would like to invite Samantha Heaton to the board table. Thank you for being here this evening.
My name is Samantha Heaton. I'm the mother of a Xinxing second grader and kindergartner and a 2-year-old. I'm speaking today on behalf of myself, my family, and other parents who have asked me to speak with you. We are concerned about the viability and support for the Xinxing program. Our concerns are primarily twofold: enrollment and the continued presence of the unique elements of Xinxing that make it a successful and attractive program. These inevitably are intertwined. An attractive program leads to increased enrollment, and increased enrollment leads to more resources to support the program, as well as the overall district. We understand that enrollment in Xinxing is down this year, and that this is part of a nationwide trend in Chinese programs in elementary schools and colleges. I'm encouraged by the discussion at the October school board meeting that the district will strategically connect with those interested in Chinese immersion, particularly by working with the immersion teachers. We're concerned, however, that these efforts are moving slowly and not capitalizing fully on parent and teacher interest. One of the key ways to push against enrollment declines is to keep our program attractive to parents. Parents of current students have said that they enrolled because of exceptional teachers, the presence of paraprofessionals in early grades, opportunities for cultural experiences like the Lunar New Year Festival and trips to China, as well as an exceptionally strong math program that uses the Singapore math curricula, all in addition to the basic premise of the program that they're learning another language. Some of these things seem currently at risk. I'll provide additional written comments, but our ask here is that parents be involved in the process, that we be kept informed, and that we be given transparency, not avoidance, and that our teachers be supported and not undermined. As changes are contemplated to Xinxing programming and curriculum, they should be done with at least an eye toward enrollment and while keeping parents informed on the front end. I understand Eisenhower is putting together an enrollment task force for Xinxing, and I applaud this. The administration needs to ensure this moves forward quickly. Kindergarten enrollment work is already underway, and parents will be making decisions soon. The task force also needs to include someone from the communications and marketing team to ensure it is moving forward strategically and with appropriate resources. We also ask that the administration set aside time for a parent meeting regarding the Xinxing math curriculum, potential changes to it that we've heard rumblings about, as well as how the Xinxing curriculum leads into and interacts with the middle school curriculum. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Sure.
Brister. I'm the parent of a third grader and a kindergartner in the Juntos program at Eisenhower. And I'd like this message played at the next school board meeting, and it's regarding the topic of class sizes and paraprofessional support. My family has treasured our time at Ike, and I have spent the last several years telling everyone who will listen about what an amazing experience my eldest child was having. My repeated raves have led several friends to look into enrolling in the school for their own children. The popularity and success of the Juntos program is amazing, but with that success comes a challenge. The number of students in the program is growing, but we are seeing a worsening student-teacher ratio, and in the face of these increasing class sizes, paraprofessional support is actually being cut. This is particularly concerning at the kindergarten level, where my son's class is up to 26 students. I understand that hiring extra teachers may be unrealistic from a budgetary perspective, but at the very least, we need to have paraprofessional support in those classrooms. One teacher, no matter how talented and motivated, cannot control a group of 26 5- and 6-year-olds who are only just learning what school even is. These are kids who have never been in a classroom, kids who quite literally haven't learned how to behave when a teacher is talking. Students who, frankly, are still wetting their pants at times. I can't begin to imagine how one single teacher could manage those behaviors and teach all 26 of them, and teach them in a language none of the students even speak. That is an insane thing to ask of one teacher. A 1 to 26 ratio is simply unworkable. If we can't afford more teachers, it has to be a priority to get paraprofessional help into these classrooms every hour of the day. It's an investment that will pay off every single year after this, as our students will have been supported and have a greater understanding of what they are expected to do and learn in the classroom. Additional support at the kindergarten level makes everything easier for all of the teachers and students that these kindergartners will encounter in future years. I remain excited about the growth of the Juntos program, but I encourage the school board to do everything in its power to fix this problem regarding student-to-educator ratio before it undoes all of the good that has already been accomplished. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Sarah Memon. I have a kindergartner at Eisenhower Elementary, and I would like to submit a comment for the public comment portion of the agenda. Given the lack of para support at Eisenhower, I would like to formally ask the board to pass a resolution in support of reinstating full-time para support in all kindergartens district-wide, as well as supporting the reinstatement of part-time para support in all first grades district-wide. Thank you.
I would now like to invite Kendra Theory to the board table. Sorry, what was? That was perfect. Oh, great.
Yep, nobody gets that.
Thank you for being here this evening.
Yes, thank you for having me again. My name is Kendra Theory. I'm here today as a parent of 2 first graders at Eisenhower, speaking on behalf of a group of concerned parents who want to ensure our youngest students receive the support they need to thrive. First, I'd like to express our appreciation for everyone here working tirelessly for our children. I didn't plan on speaking again tonight, but every time I've questioned pushing this issue, others have encouraged me to keep advocating for my kids and for all kids in K through 3. I'm here because we're deeply concerned about the high class sizes in early grades and limited paraeducator support. We understand that funding is a challenge, but there is so much research that smaller class sizes, especially in early education, are crucial for academic, social, and emotional development. Studies constantly show that class sizes around 18 or fewer create an environment where children can receive the individualized attention they need. Currently, class sizes at Eisenhower are much higher, and we've received a range of explanations as to why it's not capped. We've heard that class size is part of union negotiations with teachers, but reviewing the contract, we found that this only currently applies to high school and middle school. We've been told our school has no class size cap, but logically there has to be a point in which an additional teacher becomes necessary. Other districts, like one we spoke to, have passed class size policies without union conflicts, and I wonder why we can't pursue something similar here. I'd like to draw attention to this brochure that's in this building and I grabbed tonight. It says our kindergarten class size is 25 students, with each kindergarten class supported by a full-time teaching assistant. Future kindergarten parents have also received this in the mail, so this is what's being marketed to the district-wide. And it has come as a shock to a lot of our parents that this was not the case, and this needs to be corrected if it's not true. This implies that there's a class size cap that doesn't exist. There's also the issue of paraeducators. Para-support isn't just a bonus, it's essential. Paras help manage classrooms effectively, provide support, and reduce behavioral issues. Without enough paras, our teachers are stretched too thin, and that impacts the quality of education our children receive. It's troubling when school leaders tell us that they're forced to choose between helping kindergartners build early foundations and supporting third and fourth graders who are struggling with reading. This kind of choice should not be necessary. We should not be forced into an either-or situation. Our teachers and staff need the resources to support students across all grade levels, especially in these foundational years. Otherwise, we're creating a compounding problem that will follow these students as they progress through school. We are actively meeting with state representatives, district leaders, educators, community members to understand this issue in greater depth. Our petition has raised 280 signatures in people wanting this change to be made.
I'm sorry, time
Nope,
is
you're
up.
good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And our final in-person public comment is from Emily Ward. Can you please join us at the table? Thank you for being here tonight.
Good evening, and thank you. This evening, I would like to share with you a quick snippet and summary of an article from the January 2017 issue of the Journal of Youth Adolescence. This article is called Gender Identity Disparities in Bathroom Safety and Well-Being Among High School Students. The study covered in the article sampled 9th through 12th graders at several Midwest public schools, which makes it relevant to our Hopkins district as well. The research investigated the relationship between trans identity, bathroom safety, and well-being among high school students. And a quick spoiler here, when students do not feel safe at school, it negatively impacts their educational outcomes. So from the article, according to the Every Student Succeeds Act, educational institutions have a responsibility to ensure that all students have equal access to educational opportunities. Schools must therefore implement policies and practices to create and sustain learning environments that address educational disparities by fostering the success of students who experience barriers to achieving educational outcomes. A growing body of research has linked these disparities to trans students' experiences of violence, harassment, and exclusion in educational settings. Trans students face physical violence and harassment, disregard for their gender identity and expression, as well as curriculum and pedagogical practices that are harmful to their development. To summarize the longer article, given the amount of time I have, the study found that transgender students who felt unsafe using school bathrooms reported lower self-esteem and poor academic performance. They also felt less safe at school, which negatively affected their overall sense of belonging and mental health. Our Hopkins Parents and Caregivers group really appreciated the opportunity to meet with the superintendent, a member of the school board, and the principal of the high school on October 9th, and to spend some time brainstorming ideas to increase the safety of bathrooms in Hopkins schools following the assault of a transgender student at the high school in May. That conversation, however, was largely where things ended, and speaking for myself, I get the sense that any tangible movement on this topic is inhibited by the district waiting for schools to take action, and conversely, schools waiting for the district to provide leadership direction. So I am asking the school board and district to take a top-down approach and provide some directive leadership here, because it's been 6 months since the assault at the high school and years since we've been asking for improvements in this area. And everything so far boils down to words, 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 and not actions. Please take action to make our kids safer in Hopkins schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That takes us to our report section, and we get to start off with our student board representative report. Have you decided who gets to go first?
I will be going first.
Great, thank you.
Hello, my name is Mia Osman, and I'm a senior board representative. So last Friday, Student Council hosted the Fall Fun Day. It brought students together for an event of activities and relaxation. Students enjoyed a variety of options, including food trucks, lively bingo games, henna, which I also got mine done. It's kind of fading. Face painting, pumpkin painting, a bouncy house, snacks, drinks, and more. And it was a really fun day to bring students together. And then excitement is building up for our school's production of Newsies, the story of a New York newspaper boys striking for fair pay. The musical opening night is this Friday, November 15th, and there will be additional performances on the 16th, 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, also at 7:30. And then for early birds, there will be a 2 p.m. Matini, I think that's how you pronounce it, on November 16th. So make sure you come support our cast and the Hopkins High School's band as they're performing too. This year, election results have sparked discussion and debrief across the school, with several clubs holding meetings to process and reflect. Clubs like Youth in Government, Hopkins High School for Choice, and other organizations discussed the implications of the outcome, providing spaces for students to engage and share perspective. This created a comfortable space for students to express their emotions on this topic. And then the HEF is once again hosting its annual teacher appreciation, offering banana bread gifts for $25. Each package includes a freshly loafed bread, personalized note, and a $25 gift card to a teacher of your choice. This is just a meaningful way that we can show gratitude for educators who make a difference every day. And then finally, winter sports are starting up, and it's not too late to join. Although some began their season already, dance, gymnastics, hockey's, girls basketball, and Nordic skiing haven't started yet. So registration is still open for anyone who wants to participate in any winter sports. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Praise. I'm a senior representative, and this is my second year on the board. All right, the first thing I'll talk about is that today and also last week, our school moved into a new term, and we have been hosting class meetings. The juniors and seniors had their class meetings today in the auditorium, and last week was underclassmen. A specific feature of the class meetings is the student and staff recognition, and so students get to submit a Google form that shows what staff member they're hoping to recognize at the class meetings. All right, we'll go back a little bit. And then we also have, the Hopkins High School also has their Cultural Student Group Speaker Series starting this year. November will be focused on Native Americans, all right? And then we also have Principal Tea and our State of the School Address coming up later this month and next month. And then we also have lacrosse tryouts. And our HOSA chapter, HOSA Future Health Professionals, is hosting a blood drive this week, Friday. And they have been promoting their blood drive in the hallway with lots of sign-up tables and have already reached capacity. And so we are moving on to a wait list for students.
Wow.
Hello, I'm Sufyan Osman, and I'm a freshman board member. We recently elected 6 new student council members, including freshmen Kai Sheaf, Mohammed Diano, Marshawn McCoy, August Wingler, and Ernesto Dominguez, and freshman Fitz Litchley. Last week, a group of us toured North High School to explore their Career Building Paths program, as Hopkins considered adding similar career-focused opportunities. Additionally, some student board members visited Shakopee High School to meet with other Minnesota school boards, promoting collaboration and shared ideas. Finally, the Winter Carnival is on December 3rd, hosted by Student Council, with more details coming soon.
Thank you so much. Does anyone have any comments or questions for our student board reps?
The names you mentioned in the beginning, what were they elected for?
So they're just like representative, like, yeah, for Student Council. They're just
Student council, okay, I missed that. Thank you.
You said the winter carnival is going to be December 3rd
Yes.
at the high school?
Yeah, it's, I think, from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Okay. Thank you.
Chair Andreessen,
Yes.
I do have a question. Does the student council want to meet with us? They're free to.
I'm not sure, because, like, they don't really, they're, like, planning the fun stuff, like the fall fun day and, like, the homecoming.
I think
don't
you're
need them,
supposed
you
to say
have
yes.
Oh.
Just saying, they don't have to go to Shakopee. They
You
can just
can't, you
talk-
can't speak on their
Oh,
behalf.
okay. Maybe extend
Right.
our invitation that we could talk to them.
I'm friends with some of them, so I can ask.
I think what was mentioned was a student board representative training that was hosted by MSBA. So student board representatives from across the state came to Shakopee. We met in Shakopee. And 3 of our amazing student board reps went, and we got to talk about different things that we can do to center student voice and to grow student board representation on the board. And I don't know, Mia, do you want to both maybe comment a little bit more about that experience?
I mean, yeah, so what was it? It was like 2 weeks ago we went. It was me, my brother, and Iris. We were there with Chair Andreessen. And they split like the adults into one area and they split the kids into one area. And then we would discuss and then we would all come back and tell them like what we discussed. And I think we did that like twice, was it? And we were, as like Chair Andreessen said, it was basically just a way so that they can input more student voices into the board table. And we noticed like from different schools, they weren't like Hopkins. Like we have like board reps since 9th grade and most of them, they came and joined until like their junior year. And it was just like, we just like got different perspectives and like saw like how different schools like had their student boards and stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah, and we also talked about, we got to meet as Hopkins and talk about things that we'd like to see. So I'll include that as part of my board report. And there's definitely some work for us to do as adult student board, as adult board members. So I'm excited.
And we are getting you nameplates.
Yes. That was one quick and easy suggestion. Any other comments or questions? Great, well, thank you so much. Then that takes us to our superintendent report. Dr. Mary Perry-Reed.
Thank you, Chair Andreessen. Well, I'd like to welcome everyone to quarter 2, and this is a time when things really start ramping up for the holiday season. Overall, we've had an incredible quarter 1, and everyone in the system plays a vital role in that. I would like to thank our teachers and school staff and district staff for everything that they do. I visited classrooms at Eisenhower Elementary for 2 hours on Friday and then Glen Lake for 2 hours this morning. And honestly, when you are in a school visiting classroom to classroom for that dosage of time, you really are in awe of everything that takes place. I observed effective instruction, caring staff, and a myriad of opportunities for students to engage in personalized learning, to receive individualized instruction and small group learning. And we know that student learning and students gaining academic mastery is a critical function of our system. So I just want to recognize and thank every educator and every district employee for the role that they play in that. Earlier during our workshop, our Director of Communications and Marketing referenced nationwide loss of trust in public institutions, including in public schools. And the slide mentioned political polarization as one of 4 key ingredients. And this has been well researched. And so as your superintendent, I have contemplated how we support our students and our staff and our families during this time and moving forward, and especially how we move forward together, because that's really what our students need. And I came across a helpful article in Education Week. This is a publication that many of our educators, especially our school leaders, receive, and the title was "A Reminder to America, We Still Agree on More Than We Don't." So the author explained that a collective effort with our students at the center can give us the will to do something different. And these are a few things that need to be different. So first, embracing a different narrative about who we can be together, especially as a public school district, and how we as adults model for our students how we can discuss, disagree, listen, and compromise, and find new ways to make progress on seemingly intractable problems. 2, ensuring strong civics teaching is embedded in classroom learning experiences. For example, students need practice having moderated conversations with each other on challenging issues, and this teaches students how to disagree in productive ways. 3, really rejecting cancel culture in schools and elsewhere. We have to counter the idea that if you accidentally say the wrong thing or ask a question, you're shunned or called out for making an honest mistake. Because fear does not cultivate curiosity, learning, understanding, or forgiveness. So how do we create opportunities for students to build empathy? That's one of our graduate traits. And also curiosity, which is another bullet here, is how do we build curiosity in our students and also have that reflected in our staff and modeled by our staff, including school leaders, including school board members, and truly all adults in the system, so that we can show our students that there are nuances involved and nuanced thinking involved in solving problems. So I just wanted to provide that message to our community as we think about how we move forward in a collective way, keeping our students at the center. And wanted to introduce to you the second mascot. So we introduced the first new mascot at a previous board report a few weeks ago, and recently Transition Plus graduate Mia Carter designed the second new mascot. So these mascots were funded by Hopkins Education Foundation. Thank you, HEF, for your support. And FYI, schools leaders, families, communications and marketing, all of our departments, our new mascots are happy to show up at school events and engage with students and families. On Friday evening, the Gatewood community celebrated fall with warm apple cider, hot cocoa, donuts, and even some friendly goats at their inaugural Hay Day event. There was an opportunity to have a tractor hayride with Mr. Ike and participate in a luminary lit stroll and roast marshmallows by the campfire. So thanks to everyone at Gatewood and the parent community who helped plan that, and everyone who joined in making memories, mostly in the dark. Next time we'll have to have the fire trucks come and maybe put up their bright lights so we can see. But it was a really fun event for all involved. One of the many great things happening at Virtual EDU is a morning restorative practice. Students hold a community circle, which works very well in the virtual space. And this morning, elementary Virtual EDU scholars and teachers gathered to discuss AI. Is AI good for society? What are your thoughts? And they had a community circle centered around that question. And so this is an opportunity for each voice to be heard and fostering a supportive space where students can connect, share, and grow together around a topic that definitely has some pros and cons and touches everyone throughout society, including our young students. Students at West studied African American artist Alma Woodsy Thomas and Russian painter Wassily Kandinsky, focusing on her works of bright, intense color and his use of line. Students created bright mosaic-like backgrounds of color and added patterns, including various densities of line. These abstract artworks are on display at West Middle School and are the second collaboration created by our student artists. So go to West and check out that art. At our other middle school, North Middle, kudos to Principal Aromaselli and North staff for engaging in a staff wellness exercise last Tuesday. Staff loved the brief No Shop Talk walk for mental wellness that they took throughout the school and ended up outside. Principal Aromaselli said that they wanted to take a short, calming walk to remember our former colleague, Gina Snell, who passed a year ago around this time. When they returned, they did a reflective circle on how we are all doing at this point in the year. And it was a wonderful way to ground ourselves before the professional learning day. And this was last Tuesday. That was election day, but of course our adults were reported to work and had professional development all day. Gratitude to our entire high school team led by Principal Ballard and also Dr. Kuhl, our college and career specialists, for all of the work that goes into the college application season for our seniors. And really wanted our community, hopefully parents are listening in, but there are a lot of deadlines involved in this process. And did you know that counselors and teachers write a lot of recommendation letters? Some write up to 30 to 40 college application recommendation letters. So it's a heavy lift for many of our educators at our high school, and we so appreciate the time and detailed attention that is required in writing those letters. One discovery we've had is that our scholars are highly competitive as well as qualified to get into most of the schools that participate in the direct admissions program. And now the Common App is integrated with the direct admissions program. If you're wondering, well, what is direct admissions? It's a new program from the Office of Higher Education in Minnesota, and this pilot program notifies seniors from select Minnesota high schools that there are multiple partner colleges and universities eager to admit them based on their academic record and projected graduation date. So it's really a seamless way for many of our students to apply to multiple colleges at the same time. For families of seniors listening, remember that fees should never be a barrier to applying for college. Please connect with a counselor or Dr. Kuhl to get a waiver if one is needed. On this next slide, we wanted to recognize our Transition Plus student, Ellie Swanson, who, although she's not a coffee drinker, she has a new job at Dunn Brothers Coffee in Minnetonka, and Ellie's favorite part is making eggs and managing the cash register. Michael Caller, who is a Minnetonka resident, purchased the Minnetonka Dunn Brothers in 2023, and he was interested in hiring employees with disabilities to expand upon the longstanding partnership between his Hopkins location and our Transition Plus program. Except to do so, he needed equipment that would automate the coffee making process. So we really appreciate our employers out there who are providing opportunities for all of our students. And congratulations, Ellie, for getting that job. And she shares, it doesn't matter what kind of person you are, it takes time to learn things, but you will get it. And now I would love to invite our Assistant Director of Adult Options, Chelsea Ritland, to the board table. Thanks so much, Chelsea, for being here this evening. And we wanted to provide a program spotlight this evening on adult options. Not sure if you knew, but Hopkins is one of the districts that has growing enrollment of our adult learners, and Chelsea does a really wonderful job running those programs and providing support to the teachers involved. I had lunch with one of your teachers, and she speaks so highly of the support that you provide and for the work that she and her colleagues do for our adult students. So thanks for being here, Chelsea, and we look forward to hearing your remarks.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Mary Perry Reed. That's so wonderful to hear. And thank you so much to the board for this opportunity to share about the work that our adult learners are doing alongside our amazing staff in Adult Options and Education, which is a consortium of Hopkins, St. Louis Park, Minnetonka, and Wayzata school districts. So we have 4 physical locations, and then a 5th location that we consider to be our online location. And as we can see, the Hopkins site is located here in the community center, and adult learners are here Monday through Thursday in the morning and Tuesday, Thursday evenings. And yes, as Dr. Mary Perry Reed mentioned, we are experiencing multi-year growth. In our 2023 program year, we had 71% growth from the year prior, and that's the year that we added the Wayzata program to our consortium. But we've continued to grow since then, and that has been the trend statewide in adult education as well. So last year we had 14% growth, which is wonderful to be able to expand our capacity and meet the demand that we are seeing in our community for adult English language classes, GED classes, digital literacy classes, and career classes, rather. So we've invested this year in adding 4 new classes to our consortium, 2 of which are here at our Hopkins location. We have currently 821 learners enrolled in our consortium, 276 of which are at our Hopkins site. Traditionally, our Hopkins site has been the largest, but it has now been surpassed by the online site. So we have about 40% of our students enrolled in an online-only class. So more students this year enrolled than last year, more contact hours this year than last year at this time. In August, our amazing registration team registered 180 students compared to about 150 students from the summer prior. And we have a picture of our awesome team here, which is largely teachers, a registrar, college and career counselor, and 2 support staff. So something that's new for our staff this year, adult educators are now part of continuing contract. And so we're participating in the Hopkins compensation model this year. We're working with a peer coach from the high school, Chris Adams, who it's been wonderful to be able to expand our professional development in this way and become even more aligned with the model that exists in Hopkins for our adult educators as well. So participating in collaborative team time in the same structured way that our E through 12 educators are. And part of that work, we've decided to study bell hooks, teaching to transgress over the course of this year. Education as a practice of freedom and really disrupting patterns and norms in systems that have not traditionally served the learners that we're serving in adult education. So thinking about education as a practice of freedom and a form of social justice. And some of our learners are pictured here as well, and some teachers in action in beginning level English classes. The growth that we've seen has also been in the adult academics program, which was formerly known as the GED program. So these are some pictures from our GED graduation ceremony this past summer, at which Chair Andreessen was present as a representative of the Hopkins School Board. So thank you, Chair Andreessen, for being there. In the center picture, we can see 3 GED graduates receiving the Minnetonka Rotary Scholarship to continue on to their community college, at which they're currently enrolled this fall. Mayor of St. Louis Park, Nadia Mohammed, spoke as our keynote speaker, and it was really fun to hear more about her journey and how her mother was once a learner with us at our St. Louis Park site. So by the numbers, a little bit more information about who is currently enrolled with us. These are the top 10 countries of origin, and the display is a little small, so I will read out at least a few of those for you. So the number one place of origin of our learners currently is Somalia, followed by Ukraine, which we've seen a significant shift in that trend, now being the second highest place of origin of learners in our consortium. Then Ecuador, Mexico, Venezuela, Afghanistan has increased significantly over the past couple of years. And so our top languages represented are Spanish, Somali, Russian and Ukrainian, and then English. So hearkening back to the earlier conversation about family engagement and specific groups of parents, Adult Options can be a strong partner in that, as many of our learners are also parents in the Hopkins School District and have kids in the E12. So a few initiatives that we're focusing on this year. The good news that we have grown is that we are receiving the maximum funding possible as an adult education consortium. State statute dictates that you cannot grow beyond 11% in your contact hour revenue, and our contact hour revenue grew by closer to 50%. So there's a lot of lost funding in that growth that a lot of programs right now are trying to figure out how to make this, how to serve our community members, continue to offer programming, but do so in a sustainable way when there is this contact hour revenue cap. So we have been capped for the past 2 years, and we're continuing to do our best to serve people who are requesting to receive these free services from our programming. This picture is presenting Representative Cheryl Joachim with an award for outstanding advocacy to adult basic education funding in the state. And as a member of the Literacy Action Network Legislative Committee, I'm continuing to work with her and other ABE professionals around this year increasing or removing that contact hour revenue cap. And so that's a discussion that's taking place with the MDE ABE team and with the Legislative Committee and our advocates such as Representative Joachim. Other initiatives that we have this year are our integrated English language civics education, it's a mouthful, IELCE grant. That's $150,000 annually for 3 years. We currently receive that federal funding, and it provides integrated education training career classes, and it provides our citizenship classes and civics components embedded in our English language classes. So that's a really important grant and initiative that we're pursuing. Every 5 years, an ABE program submits a narrative to the state, which is essentially like a dissertation on the ABE program, and submitting all of the program policies and practices to ensure compliance and to have a discussion statewide around best practices. And it can be a really, actually good practice, although it's a required thing to develop new innovative tools and strategies and to discuss with other programs as well. So we're in that cycle this year in our 5-year narrative. We're moving all of our testing that we do continuously throughout the year as we have open enrollment and students are continuously enrolling and exiting, as nothing is mandatory for adult learners, where we do a lot of testing and we're transitioning from paper pencil to computer-based testing, which is really nice to modernize in that sense and will make things run differently and more effectively. And so with the IELCE grant, these are some of the initiatives that some of them we already have in place and others that we are hoping to put in place over the next 3 years. We are exploring a regional online career class model where we would not offer this alone, but because so many classes in adult education are now offered online, we can collaborate regionally with other ABE programs, and I'm writing this grant in partnership with our ABE colleagues at Bloomington schools so that we can coordinate these pathways for career classes, and students can enroll in a class offered by Hopkins or by Bloomington, all part of the pathway, to really leverage those grant dollars in a more effective way, fill classes, and be able to offer more pathways, healthcare, community interpreter, driver's license, computer skills, accounting to adult learners regionally. And so this is just a model of how this has been accomplished into other ABE programs, alternating who's offering which classes in a very coordinated way regionally to increase access. And so there's two ways that ABE programs are measured by the state, and it's by measurable skill gains for English language learners and for our adults basic education learners, which would be like our GED or more advanced learners. And so difficult to see on the screen in front of you, but we are consistently in the top of the state and significantly higher than the statewide average in these outcomes. And so we really attribute that to our amazing learners. We actually have the highest percentage of learners in the state with post-secondary education. So folks are in our program that have rich experiences professionally before they are coming and learning English with us. And so a lot of learners have done school before, have been in school, and still a wide range of formal academic backgrounds, some with elementary level, all the way up through master's or professional degrees. And we also contribute these really strong outcomes in learners making skill gains to our teaching staff, to our strongly aligned standards curricula. And then the last slide is about retention and persistence. And this is a really nice note to end on. We're proud to have really high retention and persistence of our learners because this is a completely optional program. It's an indicator to us that we are providing a service that is indeed meeting their needs and helping them to progress along their goals, whether that's feeling more connected with community members, meeting people in the community, increasing their English language skills, better understanding their child's school system, or receiving career training or computer skills training. So a variety of goals and reasons why learners are with us. And it's really important that once they're here, we can create a space for them to stay as long as they feel like they want to keep working with us. Yeah, so thank you. That's all I have this evening.
Chelsea, that the post-secondary education that some of our adult learners have had, are you counting the education, whether it occurs here in this country or in their heritage country?
That's from their home country.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I just, well, I'm really interested in learning about how our LAC can advocate around doing something about that contact hours cap. So if there's, I'll send you an email maybe, and we can kind of start working on that.
That would be fantastic. Yeah, thank
great.
you. Yes.
Any questions?
No, thank you for that great presentation. I love learning about the adult learning throughout the district, and I think you're doing amazing work over there. So keep it up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chelsea.
Thank you,
Thanks
everyone.
for all
Have
the
a good
great
evening.
work that you do.
Thank you.
Did you have any other slides? Okay.
The end.
The end. Well, I wanted to take this opportunity before we approve the agenda to share a statement that comes from the school board and our Legislative Action Coalition in response to some community partner questions and feedback. And wanted to let everybody know that this is based on a communication that went out to our families from district leadership. So our country is navigating significant division, and recent events have stirred a range of emotions. Our school board and Legislative Action Coalition are nonpartisan. We hold the collective community values of public education and the well-being of youth. And when social tensions fracture those collective values, it is our duty to respond. Recently, we learned that Black students at one of our middle schools received racist text messages. After consulting with the Minnetonka Police, the district confirmed that similar incidents were reported in K-12 and college settings across at least 7 other states, including Minnesota. An article by the New York Times stated the number could be even higher than that. We do not believe these messages originated from within our community. Additionally, we are aware of reports in other districts involving misogynistic, transphobic, and homophobic memes and text messages received by students, although we have not yet received specific reports of this happening in our schools. Given this, we, along with community partners who serve the Hopkins Public Schools community, join our district leadership in this statement of unequivocal support. We are resolute in our commitment to ensuring our schools offer safe, inclusive environments for all students, staff, and families. Guided by our core values of love, vigilant equity, and authentic inclusivity, we respond firmly. There is absolutely no room for hate. At Hopkins, we believe in respecting and valuing differences. Our commitment to equity and inclusivity is unwavering as we prepare students for a future that celebrates diverse perspectives and fosters belonging for everyone. We rely on you, our Hopkins community, to keep our youth safe, connected, and engaged wherever they show up. Please be vigilant and report any offensive messages as described above to the Minnetonka, Hopkins, and Golden Valley Police, who are valued partners in this collective work. Thank you for your partnership in supporting a safe and inclusive community for all students, staff, and families. And it's signed by the Hopkins School Board, the Hopkins Schools Legislative Action Coalition, Representative Cheryl Joachim, Representative Lori Pryor, Representative Patty Acom, Representative Mike Freiberg, Representative Larry Kraft, and Representative-elect Alex Falconer. And just for context, these are representatives who serve our community. Thank you. And we will now move to approving our agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any nays? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. That takes us to the consent calendar. These are items provided to the board with information considered to be more routine in nature. If the board deems an item to be necessary for additional discussion, a motion will be made to move the item to new business. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed? The consent calendar has been approved, and that brings us to the treasurer's report. Treasurer Hartland.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for tuning in tonight. I would like to invite all of our community members to take a moment, or more truthfully, an hour, and watch the first half of this evening's workshop with education finance expert Krista Caput. It lays a strong foundation for some of the discussions we will be having here at the board table and out in the community as we enter the full swing of budgeting season. And in her earlier remarks, Krista Caput mentioned how the governor will release, or the governor's office will release Minnesota's economic outlook in the beginning of December. And that gives us some indications of what the state's financial situation is and how much of a surplus, if any, the state has. This information is highly relevant to us here at the district as our primary source of funding. Something like 67% of our total funds come from the state of Minnesota. In our district, some expenses of note this period are payments to the state's Teacher Retirement Association in the total amount of $811,000. Another employee benefit was $33,501 to Lincoln National Life Insurance. Another was $24,033 to our vision insurance service provider. Internet and fiber optic upgrades at multiple sites cost $71,610. We paid for several major annual software subscriptions, such as Versatrans, our bus routing software, for $30,000, and Microsoft 365 for $156,000. During my last report a couple of weeks ago, we talked about some expenses required for fire detection and sprinkler inspections, and this period we had more of those. $31,770 was paid to Viking Automatic Sprinkler for inspections at various sites. We also paid $13,881 for security camera repair and upgrades. $132,976 went to nutrition services. And something to note about our nutrition service expenses is that we get approximately 85 to 90% of those dollars reimbursed from the state due to our Universal School Meals program. Some of that additional 10 to 15% that is unreimbursed might pertain either to certain equipment or possibly our a la carte program, which is where students can purchase additional food, and that's outside of the Universal School Meals program. $11,911 went to curriculum and transportation for students at non-public schools in our district. And a lot of attention gets paid to these really big expenses, but I want to try to paint a broader picture of what it really takes to run a district of 7,000 plus students, 1,300 employees, and at least 11 different sites. I could not begin to tell you how many individual programs exist within our ecosystem here. So there's a quick rundown of $1,220 for volleyball officials. A roof leak at West Middle School costs $760. $7,359 for math books or workbooks. $3,319 for bike racks so our kids can bike to school. $523 for a set of 6 indoor scooters. Chinese testing at Jinjing cost $2,450. Tree trimming cost $3,010. $773 for kitchen equipment at Tanglin, $500 for our membership at the Minnesota IB Schools Association, $389 to repair a lawnmower, $951 for interpreter services at 2 schools, $825 to fill a large sandbox at Tanglin, $950 to repair bleachers, $2,800 for rigging at Hopkins High School Theater. There are 11 pages of expenses like this listed out in the treasurer's report for these last 2 weeks for your perusal. And that's just an inkling of what it takes to serve as many students in as many ways as we do here in Hopkins. And with that, I move we approve total disbursements in the amount of $3,818,882.82 for the period of October 16th to October 31st, 2024.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The treasurer's report has been passed, and that takes us to our first order of new business, which is policies and first read. Vice Chair Ross.
Thank you, Chair Andreessen. I'm going to welcome Assistant Superintendent Nick Lightfoot to the podium or to their desk up front. And we're going to be reviewing 5 policies for this presentation and any discussion that any of the board colleagues have.
Thank you. Do we want to review them as a slate?
Yeah, there's no difference in what we typically do. So,
Okay,
yes.
great.
Good evening. We are now in the set of 400 policies, thanks to the Monitoring Committee for its continued work. First up this evening is the Equal Opportunity Policy 401. There are some minor edits there with some language change to reflect language contained within the Minnesota Human Rights Act and 401. Those were the edits that were proposed to 401 in front of you this evening. Open for any additional questions regarding policy 401.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes, Clerk Thompson.
Can I feel like I ask this all the time, but just one more time, when it says changes noted, does that mean a change to our policy, or there was a change to our policy as compared to the MSBA model policy?
Excellent question. Just to clarify, what we are looking at is we are looking at the changes that are presented on the Hopkins document. We take into consideration what the model policy is offering and then make those changes to the Hopkins document based on the language that's contained in the Minnesota School Board Association document. So what we would be looking at in the documents in front of you this evening are the Hopkins 401 document, so that when you would be looking at those proposed changes, what is identified there in the language that is highlighted in red would be what we would be proposing for the change, if that helps be specific with the change that would be adopted by the board this evening. Did that help clarify?
Yeah, it does, and I apologize. I feel like I've asked that before, but
I
appreciate it.
appreciate it. It's helpful to know specifically, and then I can just make sure that when I identify those elements, I identify those in the Hopkins policy as well.
Thank you. Any other questions? I just had a quick comment. I just wanted to note that underneath the policy are regulations. And are those, just for context, are those pretty much statute driven?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's all.
Thank you. 403, in 403, within the Hopkins policies, you'll note the changes there. Minor edit, nothing really in particular of any substantial change based on any review of the Minnesota School Board Association policy. So we are looking with just a few minor edits to 403, which is the discipline, suspension, and dismissal of school district employees. Open for questions on that?
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
Dr. Lightfoot, just a clarifying question. If there are changes to that, is there like kind of union implications potentially? Just wondering what, like, do they have to approve all changes to it? Just like, typos or this and that, or it does have to be material before they look at it? Or do
Usually
they look at
material. Most of this is also general in its application to the specific nature of any language that's contained within a collective bargaining agreement. So particular here, when we look at the specifics that the board looks at regarding this specific action, what this does is just generally outline what actions we can take, how those actions can be taken. And then if there is more specific action in further detail, some of that may be contained within an individual collective bargaining agreement. Does that help? Does that clarify?
Yeah, well, I guess does this supersede the bargaining agreement then, or is it in conjunction? I'm just kind of wondering, do they have to now look at what we changed, and does it cause anything like that?
Yeah, in conjunction. As far as any kind of document that would be one overarching, yes, 403 is overarching. The agreement at a collective bargaining level could have more specificity, but wouldn't necessarily be in direct conflict. If it were in direct conflict with any change, then we would need to meet and negotiate, which are kind of outlined in the statute called meet and confer, where unions have the ability to look at and propose changes, if you will, to school board policy or suggest those along the way as well.
Okay, thank you. Just curious.
Any other questions on 403? All right. Then, 404, employment background checks. On employment background checks, some minor edits here, just in kind of cleaning up the language, but beyond that, no substantial material change. Just back to some titles on any of the legal references as well. Any questions on 404?
I don't see any.
Okay, 406. 406, there were some changes that were related to labor organizations and private and public personnel data. That specific information, to Director Thompson's question, was taken from the model policy in the Minnesota School Board Association document and moved into the Hopkins document, and it is reflected there on the Hopkins policy. So you should see that reflected on 406. So 406 captures that information as the major change that was done to this document in our review since the last review for 406. Any other additional questions that may be related to 406?
I don't see any.
All right. Then the last one we have is 722. 722 is the data request policy. 722 is a mandatory policy that we are looking at. It is in specific nature designed to provide context and information and contact points for individuals looking to have a specific data request filed with the school district, and outlines the set of conditions, reflects the statutory information, and then identifies points of contact for the community. So with 722, we would be looking to add this to the lineup of policies that we have here in Hopkins that would be displayed on the web, and then provide that specific set of information for individuals looking to make this request. So that is policy 722. Open for additional questions on that.
Chair Andreessen.
Yes, Clerk Thompson.
Thanks, Dr. Lightfoot. So just so I understand this, so this is be a new policy that we're posting to kind of define what happens when these requests come in. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Minnesota statute outlines that the district needs to have a particular public-facing policy to provide this set of information for individuals who would like to make a specific data request. So this policy meets the term of that and allows the community the set of information that informs them of how they can go about making that request.
And is it a new requirement that we have that or not?
Yep, it's a mandatory policy. And part of our work, a community member did identify that this, our policy 515 and 406, which also deal with data, don't have the specific sets of information that 722 has. And so 722 captures that statutory information in a specific way that meets the requirement of statute to have a publicly facing policy that informs individuals of how to make this specific request.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that explanation.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for the questions.
I just had a quick question, and I don't know if you have the answer, but I see, like, I got caught up in G, which is not public data, and then H, which is non-public data. I'm finding it hard, and I know there's a description, but is there any clarification around what is the difference between that?
Much of this is contained within statutes. I just want to make sure you're looking at which section?
Section 3, definitions.
Bottom of page 2, top of page
Yep.
3.
Yeah, I'm getting so confused by it. And it probably doesn't matter if I'm confused.
Yeah, so it's nuanced in G and in H. There can be different classifications of data. In H, you will see that it is accessible to the subject of the data under H. Under G, some information that can be considered confidential may not be accessible by the subject. There can be different sets of conditions, so it outlines all of these sets of possible conditions that are contained, but it is down to that level of detail of one may be accessible to the subject, the other, depending on how it's classified, may be confidential information that is not subject, not accessible by the subject, if that helps.
It does, thank you.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
I do have a question. So I know that some information requests, like the FOIA, the Freedom of Information Act, there's like a nominal fee associated with it to maybe discourage, let's say, because there's might be a cost associated with doing all this data pull and research, right? Was that considered? And is that something you anticipate that would be a problem, some years down the line?
Excellent question. First, the Freedom of Information Act is a federal information act and is a governmental agency in Minnesota. We're actually subject to the Minnesota Government Data Practices Act. So FOIA request is to federal agencies. The Government Data Practices Act, Chapter 13, is what in statute defines the terms around data requests for us. One of those does relate, and the specific information is in the policy, to what we are able to charge, depending on the type of request. So that's one of the benefits of this policy. To Director Thompson's question earlier, it really helps outline for the public when there is a charge. It also allows them to say, there may not be a charge depending on the request. If there is a request for the specific copies, there's outlined within the policy the amount that can be charged for copying. There is always the opportunity to come in and view information without there being a copying charge. Some of the charges that do come into play is depending on sets of information that may need to be collected in specific ways based on the request. So there again, that's the benefit of this policy. It does help outline those specific sets of information that are great reference points if someone's interested in looking at a specific data set or in specific capacities. This will help them understand that request that they're making and give them a detailed explanation that can kind of help inform their request when they make it.
Okay. Because I don't quite, when I read it, I didn't see, I mean, it's not like a dollar menu, right? But there wasn't really like a schedule.
Nope.
Like it's kind of case by case, and so people can expect we have to, rearrange databases, this, that, and the other thing. It'll be whatever, right? It's case by case.
Yes, but there's also some precedent too, and some guideline for the lowest amount of, I'm trying to remember the exact language, and I'm not going to come up with it right now. But it is identified within this and within statute, the lowest rate that would be charged for someone to pull together the information that would have the capability to collect that information. Often it's done at a clerical rate. But there are some specific parameters that are here that we would go through and we would look at depending on the type of nature of request.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Doesn't look like it. Then I would look for a motion to approve the above policies in first read. Further, the board directs the administration to prepare the policies with suggested revisions for approval in second reading at the next meeting as part of consent.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The policies in first read have been passed. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Lightfoot.
Thank you, Nick.
And that takes us to our equity audit update, part 1. We'd like to invite Dr. Stanley Brown up to the board table. Thank you for being here. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Mirapiri-Reed.
Thank you, Chair Andreessen. So for this agenda item, what we're doing is we're just having an informal conversation. It's not a formal update because we do have some board members who have joined us since the equity audit was conducted because of COVID, it did sort of take a while and there was a few interruptions, but we received the final report in September of 2021. And so we are wanting to hold ourselves accountable for assessing, okay, where are we according to some of the findings that were articulated in the report? But before we get there, we thought we would just provide a brief overview to you about what that actually was. And then Dr. Brown, I think, will leave you with some copies of that report so you can look at it. And then later on, we'll do a more formal update, if that makes sense. So thank you, Dr. Brown, for just briefing the board on what took place a few years ago.
Yes.
Have a good night, student board reps.
Good night.
Be safe. Have a good night.
Thank you. Some organizations call it a needs assessment, as I pointed out in the brief note that I sent earlier. If we are an organization that says that we are paramount in equity, and vigilant equity at that, then we need to take an assessment of where are the areas in our organization that equity is strengthened, and where in the organization are there gaps. And sometimes organizations have gaps of equity knowingly, and some don't. And so the equity audit gave us a chance to have an organization come in and do an in-depth knowledge of the organization. The unfortunate thing about it is it happened right when COVID happened. And Chair Andreessen, I think you were around when they first came to introduce it. Most equity audits have the privilege of going into buildings to see what does the building look like. Are there signage that would question that this is an equitable place? They couldn't do that. And so they interviewed staff from each site. The other challenge was how would they interview parents during this time of isolation? And they very creatively, as you know, at that time, we offered food for families. And when families came for the food, the members of the equity audit team interviewed them, which was very creative, actually. And so they had to really think of creative ways of getting information for the equity audit. And so they presented it to us, and I will present it to you. And just want to just briefly say that I invite you to peruse it. And if you have questions, you could certainly email Dr. Mary Perry Reed or me. And I am composing a committee to look at the recommendations from the equity audit and to look at where we are according to the recommendations. And so we will come back to you in a timely fashion to report back to you on what the recommendations were. And as a board, there is a section in the equity audit about the policies, which ones were already equitable and which ones should be reviewed again. So I invite you to especially look at that part. And so, so this weekend, when you have nothing to do and you're looking for something exciting to read, I invite you to look at that. Are there any questions?
I just had a question. If you sent out a message, I haven't been able to look at it. But I'm just wondering, do all the new board members have a copy of the report?
I have it here.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we can, maybe Natalia can. I have mine.
I don't have any particular questions because I meet with you regularly to talk, just about what we're doing in the district to support equity.
Yes.
I would like to say thank you for this. I think this is really important. And do parents have, will they have access to this report if they wanted to read on it?
I think that you brought that up. Thank you. Thank you so very much. I think as you bring that up, I think it would be one of those, when we meet with the parent groups, it would be nice to highlight it. I don't know if anyone just wants to read it, but to give highlights of it.
It's posted in our board docs, but we may want to.
Yes, it is.
Figure out how we can
Just
do like an executive summary.
condense it, Reader's Digest.
Because parents are not going to.
Yeah, it's very dense reading.
It is.
And I think too,
It's not super accessible. either. There's a lot of educational.
It's a lot of
Language
educational
in there.
jargon in it. Yes, it is. It is. I'm sorry, Chair Andreessen.
No, that's okay. I was just thinking that that's why I'm kind of excited for these updates. I feel like that those could fill that role of this is what was highlighted, this is what was called out in the report, and this is the progress we're making. And I think that might be more digestible for parents than the.
Absolutely. And I personally think the superintendent and the board at that time and the board presently to give the green light on it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's important work, and I know
Yes.
that the monitoring committee has been digging into that work. And I
Yes.
think we have some
Yes.
nice things to highlight.
Absolutely, absolutely. I only wish it wasn't at the time of isolation.
Yeah.
That they could have gone into schools and could have held, they held parent information groups online, but it would have been nice to have them in person.
Can I, oh, sorry, you can go.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
So I have a question around just like the methodology, or so we received this report, so I love all the numbers here and graphs, but is there like do they like have like a findings and recommendations section where they're like,
Yes,
hey,
yes, after each
Okay.
section.
Oh, at each
there-
section,
Yes,
okay.
after each
Got it.
section, there are findings and recommendations.
Okay, and does the district, did you kind of track those, right? Like, so you assigned
That's
an
what we're in
owner
the
and milestones?
process now.
In process,
Mhm.
okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So just real quick, so as we talk about like parent voice and like resources, I know that there was a what was it, a qualitative summary or report that went out about like this, like the sleep study around like hours for like the high school or like the hours. I was just wondering, do they touch a little bit on, because I read the report and, like the diversity of like the participants in the report. And so just wondering, do they touch on how, again, maybe like recommendations on how we can get more diverse parents involved in studies like that within the school?
They did not per se, but it is one of the topics that they did touch on, actually.
Chair Andreessen.
Yes.
Do you mean how to increase?
Just quick question.
under-
I'm assuming like with the policies that were highlighted, this was reviewed back in 2020 and 2021. So they would like to see kind of where we are. with
Right, yes.
Some of these policies.
Yes.
now. Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And Director Ross, some of those recommendations and those policies have been addressed.
And we can go over that too, offline, which
Yes.
ones have been.
Yeah. No, I think it would
Absolutely.
be helpful considering that superintendent, assistant superintendent, Lightfoot already went over one that was highlighted 401,
Yep.
equal employment opportunity. So, thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Thank you. I'm actually going to read this whole thing, so thank you for this nighttime read.
Read it to your kids to put them.
Yeah, put them right to bed.
Go book club?
Yeah. You want to?
Yeah, I'll call you.
Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other
Thank you.
questions? Appreciate it. And
You're
if
welcome.
the board can help you in any way with the committee, if you want one of us on there, please let us know.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You won't see me again tonight.
Okay. And that takes us to our board member reports. I would like everyone to take this opportunity to introduce themselves, and then give an update about your activities in the district. And we can start with Clerk Thompson, since you are joining us virtually.
Oh, goody. Thank you. Hello, I'm Kai Thompson. I'm the clerk on the board. I have been serving on the board since January of this year. I have 3 kids in the district from 3rd grade to 9th grade. Only board report I have this 2-week session is I went to the girls swimming and diving varsity team section championship at Richfield Middle School last weekend. Head coach Megan Schill, they did a great job. They've been seeded 5th. They got 3rd place. So it was just a really exciting event to watch. So thank you for the opportunity here.
Thank you. Director Zhao, would you like to go next?
Hi, I'm Jiming Zhao. I am on my first year at the school board. I've got 2 children in the district in 4th grade and kindergarten. And since the last meeting, I had a chance to tour West Middle School with Principal Matai. And it went really well. Got a chance to see how they're using the building, talked about some of their initiatives and, even some of their challenges and some of the things that are going well. So it was a really great experience, getting to know one of our schools. So that's my report.
Good evening. My name is Jason Ross. I have 3 kids in the district, 2 at North, 1 at Tanglin. During this time off, I had the opportunity to attend the AMSD meeting where we had Edina Public Schools, St. Anthony, New Brighton, and then White Bear Lake. They did their presentations about their strategic plan and mission and how they're trying to move their plans forward with their school district and obviously from a competitive lens attract more scholars over to their system. And that is all I have for this week.
Thank you. My name is Shannon Andreessen. I am in my 5th year on the school board. I have a junior at the high school and a relatively recent grad from the high school, and I also work as a paraprofessional in the special education program at Gatewood Elementary. Oh, wait, I do have a report. Sorry, I forgot. We started talking about the student board rep training that 3 of the student board reps and I went to, and there were a lot of takeaways. My main one is that we have some amazing student board reps on this board. We are incredibly lucky. They had great ideas about things we can do to increase not only their role in the school board, but their ability to represent the entire student body. They talked about having a question of the day as opposed to sending out surveys so that people at the high school can give them feedback and they can bring it to us. Yeah. They also talked about that they worry that that we only have board reps from the high school, and so they wanted to take their digital learning days to go down and visit elementary schools and the middle schools. And we talked about having each student board rep assigned a school, much like we are as school board members assigned a school. And they thought that would be great and would love to use their time to go down, maybe just meet with student council reps or somebody there at the at each site that would be able to give them feedback so they, again, could have a better understanding of the entire district, but also represent all students, not just their year at the high school. And we talked about getting them nameplates, which is really exciting. And then the other piece that I feel like that Hopkins does an amazing job. They were talking at the training about listening to students, and I was like, well, we center student voice at Hopkins. And then I started thinking, how do we even define that? And what does that mean to us? And so I thought it would be really good to have our student board reps come to a workshop where that is our topic of discussion. What does that mean? How do we enact it? How do we center their voice in every board decision? So that will be coming later. And that's my board report.
I'm Rhoda Marie Puri-Reed, superintendent and ex officio member of the school board. And I've already provided my board report for the evening. Also, I have 2 children in our system. One is a 7th grader at West, and one is a junior at our high school.
Hello, everybody. I am currently treasurer Rachel Hartland. I have been on this board for 3 years now, and I have children in 3 different schools in 5th, 7th, and 9th grade in our district. I use she, her pronouns. And in the last couple of weeks since our previous board meeting, I have attended conferences at North Middle School, and they have a pretty good system there for running a lot of parents by a lot of teachers. As you can imagine, if each of your students has 6 or 7 people that they need to talk to, those conferences have to be pretty short, but the teachers were really used to it and gave a lot of really good information. I also participated in North Middle School has kind of a burgeoning PTO there, and they had their first meeting on October 28th, and they had a pretty good discussion about how to support both the staff and students in their learning at North Middle School. I am on our Legislative Action Coalition, and we're doing a pretty heavy lift at the moment to formulate the topics that we will prioritize with legislators in this coming session, which begins in January. Additionally, there's a breakfast that happens typically every January before the session opens, and this year it will be on January 17th. So we'll talk about that more at this table, but it is a lot of work to sift through a variety of input. So some community conversations with administration here, collaboration with some of the professional organizations like the Association of Metropolitan School Districts. We take their input as well and put together a legislative platform or agenda that centers the things that Hopkins needs from our legislators in order to grow and in order to serve all of our students and staff. And so that is an ongoing project that I'm working on with several board members and other members of the LAC. And I think that's all.
Hello, my name is Brooke Roper. I am serving my first year on the board. I have 2 students in the district. I just have 2 quick reports. I had an amazing meeting with Praise at the high school a few weeks ago. She interviewed me for her Propel program. They were meeting with community leaders who inspired them to do work, and she and I had a really great conversation about all the amazing things that she's doing. And so really, really super proud of Praise. I do plan to meet with the BSU pretty soon. They invited me to their next meeting, so I'm looking forward to connecting with them. Next Friday, or next week rather, I will say my clean transportation team, we are presenting at the Hennepin Health Summit, and we will be talking about our fight for electric school buses. I haven't mentioned it in a while, but it's coming back to the conversation, and we're going to be talking about the power of failure, which is a really good segue to help folks understand like the the struggles in the work and how we have learned from it. And so that's the Hennepin Healthcare Summit. As you most of you know, I'm a member of the Community Advisory Board for that healthcare system. And so I'm looking forward to talking to hospital leadership about why they should support electric school buses, and going to continue to fight to get them implemented in Hopkins. So that is my board report for tonight.
Thank you, everybody. And since we have no remaining public comment, that concludes our board meeting for today. I would look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned at 8:56 p.m. Thank you all for being here with us this evening and for tuning in, if that's how you are joining us.